not thinking. Oh, it's being recorded. That means I've got to be careful what I say. But okay, so let's start from the beginning and let's all introduce ourselves to each other, because I don't think any of us have ever met before. If we have, then please forgive me. Sometimes when I go to the temple in London, it's like there's hundreds of people there, and no doubt our paths probably have crossed, but perhaps we've not been introduced. So I guess I'll start. I'm Radha Raman Das. I've got to let somebody in. Yeah, I'm Radha Raman Das. Obviously, I'm teaching this course. I joined the Hare Krishna movement in 1990. I joined here in ISKCON London, but then I also spent time in Wales and New Zealand and Eastbourne and Kent, and currently I'm sort of traveling between Kent and London, and this is probably about the 6th or 7th time I've taught this course. And yeah, Hare Krishna, that's me, at least for now, because I don't want to say too much, because at some point we've got to start teaching the course. But yeah, a little introduction from everyone would be great. And that was me. So who wants to go next? So Gerald.
Hare Krishna, everyone. My name is Gerald. I was acquainted with Krishna 2009, and is developing a relationship since. And I saw you, Radha Raman Prabhu, at the temple. I can't remember what it was, an event. And then, yeah, so I'm looking forward to this course because I think it's really important to understand the dynamic between guru and disciple. I'm at this stage where, of course, I take my practice seriously, but I want to kick it up a notch. And yeah, well, that's all. If you got any question, please let me know.
Well, actually, you brought up a really interesting point, just something which I forgot about, which is you've added, and I very much appreciate, and I would encourage others to do the same, what it is that you're hoping to get out of the course. Because it is an accelerated course. That's what the whole chat was about a couple of weeks ago, when I was just checking that everybody was on board with it, because it's not that we've never done this course with total beginners on it, but it's just that usually the course is about double the length. This one's being done kind of accelerated. To be honest with you, it's an experiment, because because I travel around and I've seen in Wales, for example, they do courses more intensively, but I've seen that the devotees are getting a lot out of them. And so I'm trying it this way, but in order for it to work realistically, that's why we kind of said that it wasn't the best place for a beginner to start. So that's why one devotee decided to, postpone entrance in the course, and then he's going to join the Nectar of Instruction course that we'll do. And then in the future, we'll do Nectar of Instruction followed by IDC, because that's how I've generally taught it in the past. I've taught Nectar of Instruction followed by IDC. So yeah, it's kind of like a journey. Well, hopefully we can create that sense of journey even on this course. And thank you so much, Gerald, for revealing to us what you're hoping to get from this course. And like I said, I'm going to ask everyone to say that just briefly, like Gerald did, and then hopefully we can make the course in the time that we're together something that you want it to be. Are you from France, by the way?
Yeah, I was born in France. How did you guess?
Yeah, I just came from there. I was just in New Mayapur.
The name gave it Gérard Mousset.
Oh, Gérald Mousset. Yeah, okay. Well, I thought it was my strong accent, which is still here after 30 years. And then one thing I wanted to say also, I done 1 week as a monk at the manor,
Hmm.
and that was really transformative for me because I got really associated with the monk, with devotees, and it was a culture shock when I came back to reality, and I just thought, no, no, this is a life for me. This is a life for me. So if anybody also it's also for ladies and gentlemen, this course, I really encourage you to do it. 1 week as a monk, you learn how to milk the cow, you learn how to cook food for people and serving people, and you learn to play instruments, and then also you learn a lot about Krishna pastime and everything, and it was just delightful. So I just recommend that course also if you wanted to do.
Sure, thank you for that. Yeah, a lot of devotees have benefited from that 1 week monk challenge, and yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say is that because learning is for a lifetime, it's not a one-off for a course, so that we can get a certificate to then aspire for initiation. But learning is a lifetime thing, and actually that brings up the point, that some of you may want to do the next monk challenge at the manor. Some of you may even want to do the Nectar of Instruction course when we do it, and then go from that on to the disciples course again, because you can never learn enough, really. None of us can. And so yeah, that's another really good point. Thanks for bringing that out. So I'm not going to pick people, just as you feel inspired. I mean, everyone obviously needs to take a turn, but whoever feels inspired next to introduce themselves, and yeah.
Hi, Prabhuji. I'm Lekha Sedu from London. Pretty much interested in pilgrimage journey. They're all actually, this birth is not enough, more than enough to learn these stuffs. It's a very big stuff. Lots to learn. Keep learning and learning. So I would like to kickstart my learning from here. So that's why it came for the. I'm interested to do the initiation, so I step forward for learning the stuff. That's why I'm here today.
Thank you. I'm
Thank
wonderful
you,
to have you
Prabhuji.
here with us. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So,
I would like to go next, if you don't mind, because I am originally from Mauritius. I'm living in Ireland, and today I'm in the Innisfrut temple. I don't know if you know Innisfrut, in the middle of the lake. We have a Krishna Fest, 3 days festival. So I will be on the course. Unfortunately, I won't be. I will be listening. I won't be because I'm helping here. So sorry about that. So yeah, I registered for that course. I grew up in ISKCON. My parents in Mauritius were even. My father was temple president, but I went away from ISKCON myself for a while because I felt I was forced into it until 2 years ago I came back. So that's one thing I've learned. Do not force anyone. Sorry. Do not force anyone. Let them be themselves. I came back 2 years ago and I feel like I still have some doubts. I still feel like I'm not ready to become a disciple of someone. So that's why I want to do the course, disciple course. Many people have recommended me that maybe after doing that, that will help me. It's not me who choose a guru; it's the guru who chooses the disciple. So that's why I'm here to see how that will help me.
yeah, very glad to have you with us. Thank you so much for
Thank
coming.
you, Hare Krishna.
And yes, you're very welcome to attend all the courses online. We've offered that option so that everyone can do that. And of course, we've actually ended up doing at least the first class online, and that's one of the things that we'll discuss at the end, whether there's enough of us that want to do it at the temple next week. But even if we do, you'll still have the opportunity to join online.
Oh, thank you very much, Prabhu. Thank
Yeah,
you.
because we made that promise at the beginning. It's been advertised in that way, and then somehow we'll honor that promise. Even if I have to call you up on my phone and do it. But hopefully the London College of Vedic Studies, who've left us for now, but they'll set us up so that, I mean, to cut a long story short, I promise you'll be able to join us every week online.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank
Hare
you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
So who would like to go next?
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Hare Krishna. My name is Vaibhav. I came to ISKCON 3 years ago, and when I came here, I didn't know much about ISKCON, and I've been coming to the temple for last 3 years, and I was reading Prabhupada books, and meeting more and more devotees every day, going to Mood Cafe and Studio 108, and I really wanted to go into deep of it, and then and I really is inspired to have a guru, but I didn't knew was the right step. So I was guided that the right way, if you wanna know how to find a guru, is to do Guru Disciple course. So that's why I'm here. Hare Krishna.
Well, thank you for joining us, and it's a pleasure to have you on board. You made one interesting point at the end, which was how I was going to start the lecture. So remind me if I don't, but I'm sure I will remember. But you called this the Guru Disciple course, which is what it was originally called. Nowadays, it's called the ISKCON Disciples course, and we're going to start today by explaining why it's now the ISKCON Disciples course. And before I do, obviously we'll do the rest of the introductions. I'll probably throw it open to everyone and see if you can guess why it's now called the ISKCON Disciples course, but we'll come back to that. But lovely to have you with us. Thank you so much, Hare Krishna. So,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, sorry, is it okay if I go next?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone. My name is Rajvi. I'm the guest greeter at ISKCON London at the guest table, and I do prasadam distribution Monday to Wednesday. I started my ISKCON journey back in 2017, so I've been in it for a while, but still slow progress, if you get what I mean. But as soon as I've started in the temple, a lot more devotee association, I've started bhakti steps, and I wanted to take it that step further now, and hopefully find a guru that I can take shelter under. I just wanted to find out on the course how to find my guru, what the relationship requires, and what I should be like, what I should look for in a guru, etc. So I'm really interested in this course, and I hope it'll answer a lot of the questions and doubts that come across in the mind so often. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, and thank you so much for that very clear explanation of where you feel you're situated and what you hope to achieve from this course. And thank you so much for that. And Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you.
So who would like to go next?
Hare Bol Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Go ahead. My name is Smita. So I've been with ISKCON for the last 3 years, Prabhu. Can you hear me, Hare Bol?
Yeah, there's a bit of an echo coming from somewhere.
Let me see.
Or something. It was like this. Somebody. It sounds like someone's trying to escape from the cyber world and join you.
So I've been looking forward to do this course since longer, Prabhu, because before coming to London, I was with ISKCON Trivandrum in India. So with the mercy of my Guru Maharaj and Gauranga, I was able to have shelter during the Janmashtami time. So happy for that. The requirement back home is they do not. It is like not mandatory to have the disciple course before shelter. So I was able to have shelter, but I was like, it's not still complete without the disciple course. Actually, like, what is the to better understand the relationship between guru and disciple. So it's now that I got the opportunity finally to attend the course. Thank you so much, Haribol.
Hare Krishna. So,
Thank you.
are you attending online or in person?
I'm attending online, Prabhu, because I'm doing Sunday service as well. So
Okay.
I'm in devotee care, and at the moment I got a transfer service as well on Sunday evening. So I think it's better to have, and also I'm on Bhakti steps. So yeah, so attending online will be better for me, especially with childcare and stuff. So
No problem. That's no problem. We advertise the course as online and offline and on-site. So online will be there for whoever wants it every week. You can even do the exam online as well. We can arrange that for you.
Thank you.
And does everybody know who Mother Dipadatri Gauranga is? Dipadatri Gauranga Mataji. Yeah, she's the one that kind of wanted, she's the one that actually enrolled everyone on the course and is, and she's the head of the London College of Vedic Studies department. So, okay, so someone called Magarta is trying to, I presume they must be on the course, because sometimes the name on the Zoom and is not always the same as the person. Oh, now she's gone. I don't know who that was. Okay. Anyway, let's carry on doing the introductions. Thank you so much for that. And like I say, the online option will be available. And yeah, I feel bad. I was just about to let her in, and she's disappeared again because I don't know if it's a she or a he, but they've been coming and going quite a lot. So I wasn't sure if they were sure whether they wanted to be here or not. But does anybody know who that is? Magata. Okay, well, we'll carry on doing the introductions and we'll see if they come back. So, Nidhi, you've come online now. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Hare Krishna, everyone. So I'm Nidhi. I'm from India, but currently I'm doing my master's in law in London. So I've been here for like 7-8 months now. I wasn't much religious before, even though I've come from India. But after coming here and joining ISKCON, attending morning lectures, I felt like this is something that I want. The knowledge that they share is something that was missing all along. So I started with Bhakti Steps, and from there I got inspired to do this course as well, and also reading books, Prabhupada's books, and yeah, just want to learn more and see what I can do with this life, maybe, or just getting better. That's the aim. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you.
Yeah. So, who else has yet to? I think there's a couple more who haven't introduced themselves yet. Hare Krishna. So, I'm sure there's another 2 or 3 that haven't introduced themselves. Would anyone like to sort of unmute and because it's helpful for me to kind of know who's here and also what your expectations of the course are. So I wasn't necessarily envisioning, oh, buttons logged out. I've logged out and in again, but my mic and video aren't working. Okay, do you want to write a little something on the chat? Be something very brief, just a very little paragraph, and just to say who you are and kind of what your expectation of the course is. And Laka Setu Prabhu, have you spoken or is there anyone else that hasn't spoken? Because a lot of some devotees haven't appeared yet, so I don't know who's here, who's not here. And maybe Magata is the last one to speak. So, okay. So, yeah, okay, well, I guess we'll make a start, and it would have been good to have heard from everyone, but it seems to not be completely possible. So let's go back to that point, because the Prabhu said that about the Guru Disciple course, which it used to be called. It used to be called. But now it's called the ISKCON Disciples course. Now, what does that mean to you, the fact that it's called, and they made a point of doing this actually, they made a point of changing it from Guru Disciple course, which was just like a one-day intensive course, to the ISKCON Disciple course, which, even though this is an accelerated course, but it's still going to be 12 hours of learning, which is about 4 times more than what the original Guru Disciple course was. So what are the factors, do you think, that made it transform from the Guru Disciple course to the ISKCON Disciples course?
Possibly the guru and disciple relationship applied to any guru, but then if someone, Prabhupada, we all follow Prabhupada as a guru, and Prabhupada gave the knowledge to other people, other Prabhus who became Matajis, who became gurus also, so like teachers. So we just want to make sure that the affiliation is from the same seed of the tree, and that tree is called ISKCON. So ISKCON and the disciple, ISKCON disciple course makes sense in the sense that it's not just, it could be a rock guru, it could be someone getting wild, it could be someone which is actually somehow lost a bit his way, or what is someone, so you need to be someone which is actually following Prabhupada perspective and ISKCON value to the core, and can, then deliver the best relationship. That's my understanding. It's just an arrow in the dark. I don't know if that's what it is.
I mean, I couldn't have given a better answer myself. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. ISKCON Disciples course really brings out the point that the connection with Srila Prabhupada, in the most famous one-line purport in history, in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, where Krishnadas Kaviraj is describing the Chaitanya tree and the branches of the Chaitanya tree. Prabhupada makes this one-line purport. It's not that easy to learn purports off by heart, but that's one purport you can learn off by heart, which is that this International Society for Krishna Consciousness is a branch of the Chaitanya tree, and a very prominent branch. Very prominent branch. Look at the activities of the Krishna Consciousness movement all over the world. It's unprecedented. So very, very special branch. But if we stick with this analogy of the tree, then, you know, if you're on the ISKCON branch, you can't be on another branch. Nothing against the other branches. They're also branches. Now later we'll hear, or actually we can hear it now. So ISKCON's the branch. So then maybe ISKCON London's a little twig, and we're maybe a little flower that grows on the twig. But, you know, if you imagine this, or if you envision this analogy of the tree, could you snap the twig off the branch and then sellotape it onto another branch? Would that work? No. No, the twig only has its life because of the branch, which is connected to the Chaitanya tree. So, as Gerald Prabhu said, it's very important that we understand Guru through the lens of ISKCON, and that means, practically speaking, through the lens of Srila Prabhupada. We sent you the manual because it's an accelerated course. We're not going to go through every single thing, but you've got the manual there, so you can read it in your own spare time and ask any questions you have during the week on the chat or whatever. But we're not going to do it completely in order, because what I'm going to start with is module 3, which is about the position of Srila Prabhupada. Because it's Srila Prabhupada, his mission, his teachings, his legacy, which is the basis of this course, and it's the basis of an ISKCON disciple course. Because Guru disciple, there are actually, don't ask me to say them off by heart, because sometimes things go out of my mind when I'm talking, but there's 4 bona fide sampradayas. So we're the Brahma, Gaudiya, Madhava, Vaishnava Sampradaya, coming through Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But there are 3 other bona fide sampradayas: Ramanuja, Shiva, coming from the 4 Kumaras. You know, there are 3 other sampradayas. So the principle of Guru disciple could fit into any of those. A Guru disciple course could be given in relation to any of those sampradayas. But the ISKCON disciples course is specific to the Gaudiya mission, and within the context of that, specific to ISKCON, and then within the context of that, specific to Srila Prabhupada. So, yeah, that was a great answer, and that was actually the right answer. So, whilst that was going on, Margarita's introduced herself. She's not able to kind of turn her mic and video on, but she's saying, "My name is Margarita. I've met devotees around 10 years ago. I have taken this course when I have joined ISKCON with Kripa Moya Maharaj. I would like to remind myself what I've originally learnt and why I need Guru, my relationship with him, to develop values and attitude required of a disciple, become a better candidate for an initiation." And I wonder if that's the same Margarita that was doing filming at ISKCON London with Shyam Govinda, and yes, oh, that's amazing. That's wonderful. So nice to meet you again. Hare Krishna. I was actually in one of those episodes. I was some kind of, what would you say I was? I was like some kind of mystic or something that came and spoke to Shyam Govinda, who was, I don't know if any of you saw Punk Meets Monk, the series on, it was a few years ago now. And the monk was none other than our now temple president, Radha Raman Prabhu. And then the punk was Shyam Govinda now. And he's since gone married and gone back to Italy. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. It really was. Yeah, it was really a lot of fun. And actually, yeah, those episodes actually, yeah, they were really good. And as you're saying, I'm making a short film now. It sounds really exciting, and yeah, that's great. Anyway, it's so nice to have you with us, and thank you so much for joining the course. And thank you, Hare Krishna. So yeah, ISKCON Disciples course because of the connection with Srila Prabhupada. So does everybody know who the GBC is, roughly speaking?
Governing body.
Yeah, the governing body of
Body
ISKCON.
of ISKCON.
Established by Srila Prabhupada. It's the governing body of ISKCON, and they pass resolutions on behalf of Srila Prabhupada for the betterment of the society. And they passed a resolution about 10 years ago now, saying that after Janmashtami of 2015, then this ISKCON disciple course would be mandatory. Now, I know that one of you has suggested that you already have a guru, and that's fine. But in general, the remit of this course, it's for devotees trying to take the next step, those who haven't found their guru. And it's recommended that you take this course before accepting shelter from a guru. And one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, for that is because we're meant to actually accept the shelter of Srila Prabhupada. So not only is ISKCON Disciple Course because of the connection with Srila Prabhupada, but it's about understanding his mood, his mission, his teachings. Yeah, it's really about understanding Srila Prabhupada, getting inspired to be part of Srila Prabhupada's movement and developing our relationship with Srila Prabhupada, who is described as the preeminent Shiksha Guru in ISKCON. It's like there's a Diksha Guru, there's a Shiksha Guru. I think because none of you knew, all of you are familiar with those terms, Diksha Guru, Shiksha Guru, but you can say in the chat if you're not. And actually the basis of all Diksha, if you think about it, is Shiksha, the principal ingredient even of Diksha, who you eventually take initiation from, is the Shiksha.
Each mentoring people we can call it as a Shiksha Guru, and the Diksha Guru is after initiation.
Yeah, but your Diksha Guru primarily will be giving you instructions, he'll be giving you advice, he'll be giving you guidance. So the basic principle of all the relationships is Shiksha, even the Diksha relationship. But the preeminent Shiksha Guru for everybody in ISKCON is Srila Prabhupada. And so we're meant to become inspired about Srila Prabhupada. We're meant to become really enthusiastic about Srila Prabhupada and his teachings, his books, his and then we become inspired to actually also take part in Srila Prabhupada's mission. And our spiritual master, the one who gives us initiation, will then be the person that actually brings out that connection with Srila Prabhupada even more. So it's real, but it becomes even more real when you find your spiritual master. He will be the one that links you to Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara. So it's not that Srila Prabhupada will ever become less. He'll become more. Just like, has anyone heard of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj? Some of you have met him, heard of him. Wonderful devotee, who sadly for us left the world last year. But what a wonderful legacy that he left of hearing about, preaching about, glorifying and remembering Krishna. And even at the time of departure, he was blissful.
Was
And
that the Prabhu from Germany?
Holland.
Oh, Holland. So yes, yeah, Holland, yeah.
Yeah. And his spiritual master, His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami, said that just before he left the world, he said Maharaj had his face told the story of someone who had all his desires fulfilled. So in other words, he attained perfection in Krishna consciousness. But I'm bringing this up for a specific reason. There's so many nice things we could say about Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, but he said one thing that was very interesting, because I met Kadamba Kanana Maharaj in 1994 when I went to Vrindavan for the first time. And, you know, he was the temple president, actually, of ISKCON Vrindavan. And I was very inspired by him and his dedication, actually, to Srila Prabhupada and wanting Srila Prabhupada's will to be carried out. Yeah. But, you know, he made this comment because then he took initiation from Jayadvaita Maharaj and then took sannyas from Jayadvaita Maharaj. And he said very recently in the last year that he was with us, he said, I thought I was a Prabhupada man. He said, but when I met my spiritual master, Jayadvaita Swami, he said, I realized that I wasn't a Prabhupada man. I need to become one, or at least I'm not a Prabhupada man the way that Jayadvaita Maharaj is. So he very humbly kind of made that point that actually my connection with Srila Prabhupada is actually enhanced by my connection with my spiritual master. So in other words, my spiritual master is the one that has taken up Srila Prabhupada's mission in such a way that inspires us to also do it even more than we're doing it now. And having heard all of your introductions, I can understand that I'm in the assembly of very sincere and dedicated devotees who are already doing, you know, wonderful things to serve Krishna, to serve Prabhupada, and yet your spiritual master will enthuse you even more to take part in this mission, to embrace the spiritual practices that Srila Prabhupada has given us, the chanting of the holy names, the Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and Chaitanya Charitamrita. And another very nice book that I regularly read from, which will help our focus on Srila Prabhupada, is the Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita. And you know what? I read Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita even to this day. And if any of you actually find it difficult to read Prabhupada's books sometimes, especially if you've had a hard day at work or service, and you know, sometimes I don't know if any of you are old enough. I mean, I'm older than I look, so I remember the 70s when we had radios. I used to listen to the radio. I don't know if anyone else is old enough to remember listening to the radio. And sometimes it's hard to tune into the frequency of the channel that you're trying to tune into. And sometimes it feels a little bit like that with Prabhupada's books, especially if we're tired at the end of the day or whatever it is. But sometimes, if you're anything like me, the end of the day is often when you get the time to read. But then, even if we're not physically tired, and somehow we're mentally tired and we're not connecting so well with the frequency. But then if you read Prabhupada Lilamrita, if you start your reading by reading something from Prabhupada Lilamrita, especially the unabridged version, it's 6 volumes, but once you get going on it, you just don't want to stop. Then if you read a portion of that, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, then when you pick up the Bhagavad Gita or the Bhagavatam, you'll just tune right in. Yeah.
Could you tell us precisely the name of that book again?
Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita.
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 Oh, Lilamrita. Okay.
Like Lila is in pastimes.
Yeah.
And Amrita means nectar.
Ah.
So Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita is the nectar of Srila Prabhupada's pastimes. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it on iBooks, and I saw in Radha's boutique. I think there's also a physical copy, and you can also order physical copies from the Sacred Boutique, which is the Manish online shop. It's the best online shop in the UK. And you can also get it from Bhaktivedanta Library Services, which is based in Radhadesh. And that's the best online shop in Europe and maybe even the whole world.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
But the Sacred Boutique is also very good, the Manish shop. And as I said, I think I saw a copy of it in Radha's boutique. Or if you're happy to read books online, it's on Amazon, iBooks, or Google Play. And I've got it, funny enough, I've got it on all 3 platforms. Because I used to change from iPhone to Samsung, and I had a Kindle, and so I've got it on all 3 platforms. And
So
I don't regret it.
the book name is Sri Prabhupada's Lilamrita.
Yeah.
Am I right, Guruji?
Yes.
Okay. It's about his pastimes.
Yes. From beginning to end, literally.
Yes, thank you.
And it's wonderful. And in terms of making us more conscious of Srila Prabhupada, as well as being, like I say, a frequency tuner inner to Prabhupada's books, it's second to none. And it was commissioned by the GBC. It's the authorized ISKCON biography of Srila Prabhupada. There are many books of Srila Prabhupada and about Srila Prabhupada, and they're all wonderful. Harry Soy Prabhu's written a wonderful collection of diaries. Yogeshwar Prabhu's written a really nice book about Srila Prabhupada, and they all will have the same effect. But Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita is the official authorized biography of Srila Prabhupada, and it's just wonderful. I don't know if any of you have heard of Holiness Shiva Ramaraj. I mean, he would read it again and again and again. And he's one of the most learned devotees, and not just in the whole of ISKCON and the whole planet, but he loves Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita. So that's a little tip to get closer to Prabhupada, is to read the Lilamrita, and the Lilamrita will simultaneously help you connect with Prabhupada's books. Try reading one of Prabhupada's books after reading some Lilamrita, and it's amazing. Yeah, Margarita made a comment. Reading this book strengthens one's devotion, and that's definitely true. It really does. That's absolutely true. So that is thoroughly recommended, is to read the Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita. And there was something else I was going to say, but it's actually slipped my mind. Does anyone else want to kind of comment? Otherwise, I'm going to read you something about Srila Prabhupada, something that's not in the manual. In 1996, was anybody around in 1996? Yeah, it was the 100th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada. And we had a Srila Prabhupada centennial celebration. And it was basically trying to make everybody more Srila Prabhupada conscious. And yeah, it was very nice. It really was. And so one devotee, His Holiness Loknath Swami, wrote a book which spoke about the centennial and spoke about Srila Prabhupada. And he revealed different quotes, which are quite commonly heard these days. In those days, not so many people knew them. But still, I thought it might be nice to read some of these things because it actually, again, increases our devotion to Srila Prabhupada. And I just remember now the other thing that can put you onto the Srila Prabhupada frequency is Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita, and something else can also be very, very, well, not just could be, is extremely valuable in putting us onto Srila Prabhupada's frequency. What do you think that is?
Chanting the Maha Mantra.
Absolutely, chanting the Maha Mantra. What else?
Reading Srimad Bhagavatam, Prabhu?
Yeah, reading the books. But if you follow my analogy that reading proper Lilamrita can help you to then tune into Srimad Bhagavatam and other Prabhupada's books, what else? Yes, the chanting, of course. And the two go wonderfully together, the hearing and the chanting. They nourish each other. In fact, you need the chanting for the reading and you need the reading for the chanting.
Kirtan, Gurupa.
Kirtan, yes, but something else directly connected with Srila Prabhupada.
Guru Sloga.
Something else?
Visiting temple.
Something that in the old days a lot of devotees do. Now not so many devotees do.
Sadhu Sangha? Sadhu Sangha?
Connecting with
Something a little more specific connected with Srila Prabhupada.
Pray to Srila Prabhupada for guidance.
Yes, but true. Book distribution, yeah, book distribution. That's a very good one. That really helps one get close to Srila Prabhupada. But there's something even more.
services.
Services. I think you've said everything except for this.
Connecting with the Sangha.
It's connected with Sangha actually, but whose Sangha?
Prabhupada's ISKCON.
Yeah, Prabhupada's Sangha. So then what would be another source of Prabhupada's Sangha that's available to everybody?
Connecting with the devotees.
You're hearing the proper memories, yes, that's true. What else is a wonderful source of hearing about Srila Prabhupada or hearing from Srila Prabhupada?
There's a short film about Srila Prabhupada, his life, and how he came to New York and all the hurdle he had and the difficulties. I mean, yeah, I watched it 5 times. I love it.
Yeah, me too. And what's one of the most nicest things about that film is that what do you get in that film?
Well, I get that I'm 52 and I'm just like, I'm super young because he started, you know, and the strength and from nothing, and people were totally ignorant of Krishna. Here we are all across the world. So it's just, that's so inspiring. Then actually when you true align with Krishna consciousness, you can really touch hearts and also plant seeds to help them to go through Maya and the birth and death cycle.
And what's one of the things in that film that's really so inspiring that you get quite a lot of in the film?
What I really got is because sometimes I have people who say to me, "Oh, to be Hare Krishna, you have to be perfect." And I said, Srila Prabhupada, when he went to New York, he chose to be surrounded. He was in an area with drug addict, alcoholic, all this and this. So he didn't, you know. So he was to transcend. It's transcendental. You know, you have to trans. So it was with food, with lecture, with books, and this. It was inspiring. So he transformed. He could see through the mud. He knew the lotus could blossom.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned the thing in what you just said. One of the things that you get in it is you hear lots of talking by Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada's talks, Srila Prabhupada's conversations, Srila Prabhupada's recorded lectures, that's also a wonderful source of hearing Vani from Srila Prabhupada. So the answer I was looking for specifically in relation to what I was asking was listening to Srila Prabhupada's voice through his lectures, through his conversations. That will have the same effect as Lilamrita. It's perhaps the most profound thing of all to hear Prabhupada's voice. But certainly
reading his letters.
Reading his letters is also very good, but I would say better than that is hearing his lectures, because the letters are time, place, and circumstance, which means a devotee asked a particular question and Prabhupada gave a specific answer to that devotee. And Srila Prabhupada actually advised us not to take guidance from his letters in the same way as you would from his lectures or his books, because the letters are amazing because that's Prabhupada. You know, anything that Prabhupada did is amazing, but they are specific. In general, they're specific answers to specific questions in a specific time, place, and circumstance. Whereas the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Gita, and the Chaitanya Charitamrita, they're the law books for the next 10,000 years. And, you know, especially the Srimad Bhagavatam, you know, every controversy that's ever come up in the history of ISKCON is answered by some verse or some purport in Srimad Bhagavatam. It's just about us reading it enough times to see it. Or if there is some kind of controversy, then it's about hearing from a devotee that's read the Bhagavatam enough to reveal it to us. That where it is in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The most basic example of that was, there was a time in the 1970s, in the early days of the movement in New Vrindavan in America, where devotees started saying that, you know, or one devotee in particular, who was a sannyasi, started saying, oh, actually Prabhupada is God and we haven't realized it, and that's why we're having a difficult time. And then it just, this mass confusion swept across New Vrindavan. And then Satsvarup Maharaj, actually, who's the author of Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita, he said, you know, I've read Prabhupada's books. He was one of the first devotees, and he got one of Prabhupada's first sets of the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. And he said, you know, this is not what Prabhupada said. Prabhupada said that he's not God, he's the servant of God. There's one or two places where Prabhupada said that the spiritual master is the personality of servitor Godhead, but he's glorified as being the servant of the Lord, the best servant of the Lord. So he showed the devotees where in Srimad Bhagavatam it was pointed out time and time again how Srila Prabhupada is the servant of God. He's not God, he's the servant of God. That was the first big controversy in ISKCON. The other big controversy, I suppose, happened in the 1990s when, and to some degree the 1980s, when devotees were hearing from different of Prabhupada's godbrothers, which wasn't his instruction. And just to go back to that sort of tree analogy, again, it's like going to a different branch, but you can't go to a different branch. Prabhupada said if they said one word different, it would be confusing. But still some devotees were doing it because their argument was, well, Prabhupada's left. Of course, that's not a good argument because the Vani of Prabhupada remains, and actually the Vani is more important than Mapu. We'll hear about that next week. But either way, one devotee picked out a verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, which we'll cover in the course. I won't get too much into it now. You don't have to note it down now, but we will come back to this verse. But there's one verse of Prahlad Maharaj, and Prabhupada said many times that he's actually in the mood of Prahlad Maharaj. So actually, when you read the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam and you read the pastime of Prahlad Maharaj and Prabhupada's purports, you get the whole legacy of Srila Prabhupada, his mood, his mission, everything. And when Prahlad Maharaj was asked for a benediction, or he was asked to ask for a benediction by Lord Nrsingadev, Prahlad was saying, how can I ask for anything other than the service of my spiritual master, because he's the one that saved me. So therefore, we understood from this verse that Srila Prabhupada and his representatives are the ones that saved us. So there's no question of hearing from here, there, everywhere. We hear from Srila Prabhupada and devotees in his line. So, yeah, so when we read Prabhupada's books, then we understand everything. And especially, like I said, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, there are purports that basically cover anything that you're likely to come across in your life. And so, yeah, this is very important. So, right, I'm going to read you these things to actually even further enhance our devotion to Srila Prabhupada. So this is a book written by Lokanath Swami for the Prabhupada Centennial, and the essence of the Prabhupada Centennial was to become more focused on Srila Prabhupada and his unique position. So this comes from a chapter of that book, and the sort of title of this chapter is My Senapati Bhakta. My Senapati Bhakta. In a book entitled Chaitanya Mangala, it is recorded that Narada Muni, while visiting the spiritual world, came upon Lord Chaitanya, and the Lord told him of his mission to destroy the sinful activities of Kali Yuga. With the powerful chopper of Nam Sankirtan, he said, I'll cut the hard knots of demoniac desires from the hearts of everyone. And even if the sinners reject religion or flee to foreign countries, still they will get my mercy. I will send my Senapati Bhakta to go there and to deliver them. More means my, Senapati means military field commander, and Bhakta means devotee. So more Senapati Bhakta thus refers to that devotee who would lead Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan army. In other words, that devotee whom Lord Chaitanya will empower to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. And who is that commander of the Sankirtan army who spread Krishna consciousness all over the world? Because you may be saying it, but because you're on a mute, then...
Srila Prabhupada.
The Prabhupada ki.
Jai.
Yes, it's Srila Prabhupada. Now, you've often heard, and actually this is going to be the first chapter of the manual that we study. We hear talk of Srila Prabhupada as the founder Acharya. You've all heard that before? That Srila Prabhupada is the founder Acharya of ISKCON.
Yes,
So basically, I mean, we'll talk about it more, but founder Acharya means the one whose mood, mission, teachings, etc., form the basis of everything to come. So now this section is called 5 Symptoms of the Founder Acharya. This is something you may not have heard before. It's very interesting. Srila Prabhupada founded ISKCON. He did the groundwork. He is the founder Acharya, and we must understand his position as such. Some or maybe all of the problems that arose in our movement after Srila Prabhupada left had their origin in our not properly understanding this position of founder Acharya. There's a scripture from the Sri Sampradaya. Remember I told you that there's 4 Sampradayas. So there's a scripture from the Sri Sampradaya called Prapanamrita Tapana. And it explains that a founder Acharya is known by 5 symptoms. So these are the 5 symptoms of the founder Acharya. 1, first he is Udaraka, which means he is the savior of everyone. It goes on to explain that those who come after the founder Acharya in disciplic succession, who act as spiritual masters, are Upakarika, his helpers. They are never to be equated, even after hundreds of generations, with the founder Acharya. So again, we're beginning to understand more about Srila Prabhupada's position, very important. 2, secondly, he's Dinabhaya. Dina means very fallen, and Abhaya means to remove fear or fearless. The founder Acharya removes the fear of all the fallen souls by his teachings, whose nature is that anyone, anywhere who takes shelter of them will become fearless. Well, I personally had an experience of that. I remember being like 20 years old, very confused, looking for the truth. And then I received Srila Prabhupada's books. I remember being on a family holiday in the Caribbean, and I took out the book because I got several books, but the one I took was a paperback because it was quite difficult to take the hardbacks on a plane, and also I didn't want anyone to see me do it because the family weren't so favourable to things like that. And so I read one Srila Prabhupada book called The Matchless Gift, which is one of the smaller books, which are transcriptions actually of his lectures. But nonetheless, it was Prabhupada's words. And I read one short paragraph of that book, and my whole life changed at that moment, at that moment. So I've got personal experience of how it's a fact that his teachings remove the fear of the conditioned souls. The nature of these teachings is that anyone, anywhere who takes shelter of them will become fearless. Third symptom, he gives purports to the scriptures carrying the Vaishnav Siddhanta, such as Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and makes them available to the world. So, who's done that other than Srila Prabhupada, to the degree that he's done it? So, fourth, he also gives purports to the songs of the great Vaishnavacharyas. Well, if you read the songbooks, you'll see that there's many purports that Prabhupada gives. 5, his very name becomes identified with the philosophy of Lord Krishna himself. So it goes on to say, Srila Prabhupada's position as the founder Acharya of ISKCON exactly corresponds to this ancient definition of the founder Acharya. So establishing a relationship with a spiritual master in the line of ISKCON means, first of all, establishing a relationship Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I disappeared for a second. Hope everybody else is still there.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Yeah. What happened is that, and this is something I'll have to address after the break, is that I'm taking this on my iPhone, but the problem with that is I just discovered that if somebody calls you, it sort of mutes this conversation, and I tried to stop it, but I ended up accidentally stopping this call. But I'll adjust that in the break. We're having a break in about half an hour, and hopefully I don't get too many calls in the meantime. And I'll solve that situation.
That's okay. I didn't catch the fourth one.
Yeah, the fourth one, he gives purports to the songs of the Vaishnavacharyas. So if you buy the book Songs of the Vaishnavacharyas, which is the songbook that was approved by Srila Prabhupada, and it's got an introduction by Achyutananda Swami, you'll see that there's many songs in there that Srila Prabhupada gives purports to.
Thank you.
So the fifth one is that his name becomes identified with the philosophy of Krishna himself. And then the comment that the author made on these 5 symptoms is that Srila Prabhupada's position as the founder Acharya of ISKCON exactly corresponds to this ancient definition of founder Acharya. So establishing a relationship with a spiritual master in the line of Srila Prabhupada or in ISKCON, first of all means establishing a relationship with him as founder Acharya. So I'm going to read a couple more things from this book, which actually just nicely take us into chapter 3 of the manual. Because I just thought I'd mention that before devotees start wondering, well, when is he going to start opening the manual? We're getting there. But like I said, we're not going to do it in order, but it's about Srila Prabhupada. So we're going to start off with that. We have started off with that. And we're going to continue speaking about Srila Prabhupada. So I'm just going back. For some reason, oh, there we are. I lost the screen where everybody was on it, and I'm back on it now. So this next chapter, and I mean, this is wonderful, this description, actually. I'm sure you're all appreciating. This next chapter is called ISKCON founder Acharya. In the world today, especially in India, the title of Yuga Acharya is claimed by many. Yuga Acharya means, Yuga means the age, Acharya means Acharya. So Yuga Acharya means the Acharya for this age. Naturally, it seems to apply to Srila Prabhupada. However, if we consider the bright future that awaits the Krishna consciousness movement as per the predictions of the scriptures, we may rather see the title of ISKCON founder Acharya as the most appropriate one for Srila Prabhupada. The present times are in one sense just the beginning years of ISKCON. The society is only 30 years old, well, now it's nearly 60 years old. And our ISKCON universe is not so vast yet, but it's grown. Actually, even in the last 30 years, it's grown considerably. But as ISKCON keeps growing more and more over the next hundreds and thousands of years, and the Sankirtan movement reaches every town and village, Srila Prabhupada's fame as ISKCON founder Acharya will prevail all over the world. As the preaching increases, his fame will increase unlimitedly. So this is a GBC resolution, the next thing I'm going to read, and we talked about the GBC before. In 1994, ISKCON's governing body commission passed a significant, appropriate, and timely resolution to establish Srila Prabhupada's unique position. Excerpts from this resolution are as follows. 1. To fulfill the previous Acharya's desire for a united worldwide preaching organization to expand Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, Srila Prabhupada founded the International Society for Krishna Consciousness as a distinct branch of the Brahma Madhava Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. Therefore, he is the founder Acharya of ISKCON. 2. Srila Prabhupada is the foundational Shiksha Guru of all ISKCON devotees because he has realized and presented the teachings of the previous Acharyas of the Brahma Madhava Gaudiya Sampradaya appropriately for the modern age. 3. Srila Prabhupada's books are the embodiment of his teachings and should be accepted as the standard by all the future generations of ISKCON. 4. Every ISKCON spiritual master is responsible for guiding his disciples to follow Srila Prabhupada's instructions. So that nicely sums up what we were speaking about. And now, on that happy note, let's now turn to the manual that I've forwarded to you online this morning. So I don't know if you're in a position to access that. If you can't because you're doing this at the same time or whatever, it's not the end of the world. But like I said, we are, at least loosely speaking, basing it on this manual. And chapter 3 or lesson 3, which is on page 20, I believe, is entitled Srila Prabhupada ISKCON founder Acharya. So someone's written in the chat, let's see. I will keep my eye on the chat so that if someone does have something to communicate. Hare Krishna Prabhu, I have a print of the manual. Oh, what page is it on the manual? On the printed version, is it page 20? Either way, it's called Lesson 3, Srila Prabhupada, ISKCON founder Acharya. So I don't know if you can find that. Okay, you got it. Yeah, page 20. Yeah, that's right. So lesson topics: functioning of the founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada, the empowered representative of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And actually, in the lesson itself, it actually gives you a definition from the Oxford Dictionary about founder Acharya. Would anyone like to read it, just so that it's not me doing all the talking, so everybody feels involved? Those of you who found it, someone can read from the Oxford Dictionary the function of the founder Acharya.
To found, to give a basis of firm support to ground in a subject of instruction, to set up or establish for the first time an instruction, etc., with provision for its perfect existence. Oxford English Dictionary, second version, Oxford University Press.
Mm-hmm. And then do you want to read the other thing as well? Srila Prabhupada has a unique relationship with every ISKCON devotee.
As a founder, Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON, and the preeminent teacher and ultimate authority within our society, Srila Prabhupada has a unique relationship with every ISKCON devotees. 303 GBC statement on the position of Srila Prabhupada's March 2030.
So, from what you've heard so far, from our initial talks and what we just heard here, so do you want to should we brainstorm some ways that Srila Prabhupada functions as ISKCON's founder Acharya? Because we're not in the classroom, I won't say write them down, but maybe we can just brainstorm it together. List ways in which Srila Prabhupada functions as ISKCON's founder Acharya. You can either speak or use the chat. Entirely up to you.
Haribol Prabhu.
Mm-hmm.
He's the savior of everyone. Uttharaka.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Margarita said the temples. Yes, Srila Prabhupada, he establishes temples, that's true. But they're temples in the ISKCON mold. What else? Initiates devotees, kirtan. Well, maybe the style of kirtan and maybe the style of initiation. There are things about ISKCON initiation that are different from the rest of the Gaudiya Math. But I would say that kirtan and initiations aren't necessarily unique to Srila Prabhupada, because obviously other gurus from other sampradayas do give initiation. Now, what you could say is that the nature of an ISKCON initiation is very different from any other sampradaya.
Srila Prabhupada also he made it accessible for Matajis to be on the same level than Prabhus.
Yes, that's a good one actually. In the sense that as founder Acharya, he can adjust things while always staying consistent with Shastra. And it's very consistent with Shastra. Because if you read the Bhagavad Gita, and one nice tip for Krishna consciousness, even whilst perhaps you're not reading Bhagavad Gita, maybe you're reading Bhagavatam, but you can still read a chapter of Bhagavad Gita every day, just the English verses, or the Sanskrit, whichever you prefer, takes 5 or 10 minutes. And if you read at the end of the 9th chapter, Krishna gives a whole list, actually at the end of the 4th chapter as well, that anyone can become purified by transcendental knowledge. So Srila Prabhupada on that basis, gave the facility for ladies to have ashrams and take shelter of Krishna, even though nobody else in the Gaudiya Math had ever done that before, and nobody else has done it since. Even now in India, in the Gaudiya Math, there's no ladies' ashrams. So yes, that's the kind of adjustment that the founder Acharya can make. So whereas perhaps it's not completely correct to say initiations per se, but certainly the style of initiation, 16 rounds, four principles in the cyclical session traced back to Lord Chaitanya and Krishna. And Margarita said that, yeah, that's very good. But particularly it pertains to things that Prabhupada did, the uniqueness of it. And that's a very good example, the one that he can make adjustments like that, like the thing with the ladies, which is based on Shastra, but it's not something that anyone other than Srila Prabhupada could have done.
Papa's scriptures, Prabhu. He's done Papa's to scriptures.
He
has done Papa's to scriptures.
Yes, and Margarita's also mentioned that as well. Yes, the fact that he's given his purports to the scriptures, that, yes, is consistent with the founder Acharya. Yes. And so he establishes like the dress code also for ISKCON. He establishes basically, like in England, you have this saying, it's not what you do, it's the way that you do it.
Discipline in their lifestyle.
Sorry, say that again?
Discipline. Following discipline in their lifestyle. Offering food, doing arati in the morning. There are some routine work.
Yeah. But you know this, I think what would be appropriate to say, this English saying, it's not what you say. Those of you over 50, you may have heard this before. A lot of the sayings that I grew up with in the 70s, you don't hear anymore. But my mother always used to say, my grandmother always used to say, it's not what you do, it's the way that you do it. It's not what you say, it's the way that you say it. It was a common saying. So it's not so much the fact that Prabhupada gives initiation, because all the four sampradayas give initiation, but the way that he gives initiation, yes, establishes the standards of deity worship. Margarita said that's true. Yeah, the specific standards that he establishes, that's unique to Srila Prabhupada, and only he can do that as the founder Acharya. So he establishes like the way that we do things. So not so much what we do, but the way that we do it, because deity worship, initiations, kirtan, that goes on in all Vaishnava institutions, but the way that we do it is something that, in ISKCON, is something that Srila Prabhupada prescribes. So, for example, for those of you who are close to the temple and are able to come into Radha's boutique, we are selling, because I saw it the other day, Jayadvaita Maharaj's book about kirtan standards, Srila Prabhupada's kirtan standards. So the kirtan standards, how we do kirtan, the way that we do kirtan, that's established by the founder Acharya. Other Vaishnavas have even written commentaries on the Gita and the Bhagavatam, but the way that Prabhupada does it, the style, the mood, the content that's unique to Srila Prabhupada, that's the position of the founder Acharya, to comment on the scriptures. Chooses representatives after his departure. Yes, and he also established a GBC, which can authorize his representatives even after his departure, because Srila Prabhupada knew that there would be decisions that needed to be made even after his departure. So he established the GBC to make that level of definitive decision. Srila Prabhupada established them as the ultimate managerial authority in ISKCON. So, yeah, Srila Prabhupada and now the GBC on Srila Prabhupada's behalf can choose the representatives, but just this whole GBC thing is a unique contribution of Srila Prabhupada. But actually, it was actually also the instruction of his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, that he wanted there to be a governing body. But unfortunately, nobody did it. And Srila Prabhupada appealed to his godbrothers to follow what Srila Bhaktisiddhanta had taught, but none of them wanted to do it. So That was why Srila Prabhupada established ISKCON, which when you read the Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita, you'll see how ISKCON is completely based on the instructions of his spiritual master. So, and this is a very important point about Srila Prabhupada. Maybe we'll hold off on that for now, because that's a slightly different point to the fact that Srila Prabhupada is the founder of Acharya. We'll maybe talk about that after the break. So, moving on to the next page, 21. Srila Prabhupada, the empowered representative of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And actually, it does quote that thing that I read earlier. But does anyone want to read it again? It's very beautiful. Morasana Patibhakta. Those of you following the manual, page 21.
Abhi nama sankirtana tikshaya na krada ilya antara ashura jiveda pilibi katiya yadi papi shadi dharma dura desi yaya mora senapati bhakta ebi Tatya, taking the sharp sword of the congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra, I will root out and destroy the demonic mentality in the hearts of all conditioned souls. If some sinful people escape and giving up religious principles, go to far off countries, then my Senapati Bhakta will come at that time to give them Krishna consciousness. Lokana Dasa Thakura in his Chaitanya Mangala Sutra Khanda Song 12, text 564 to 565.
And do you remember we read that earlier from the other book?
Spoken about the Lokabanta Das.
Yeah. So, ISKCON in the future, what can be done to ensure that Srila Prabhupada remains ISKCON's founder, Acharya, and preeminent Shiksha Guru in the future? Write your thoughts in the box below. Well, because we're doing it on Zoom here, we'll brainstorm rather than write it in the book. I mean, you can write it in the book as well later, but or you can write it in the book as we're talking, but how do we ensure that Srila Prabhupada stays the founder of Acharya even in the future?
Follow his instructions and standards, Prabhu?
Yes. Yeah, I would say it's as simple as that. And actually, there's one more quote, which actually is a letter. But it actually makes that exact point. Does someone want to read the letter? Do you want to read that letter, or someone else want to read that letter?
Yes, Prabhu.
I'm simply the bearer of the message from Lord Chaitanya. I also thank you very much for your appreciation of my books and letters and for my speaking in the meetings. They are not my words, as I have repeatedly informed you that I am simply the bearer of the message from Lord Chaitanya through the discipline succession, and I do not make any addition or subtraction. Simply, if you all carry these words successfully, then the transcendental Parambara system will be exactly maintained and people in general will be benefited. Letter to Bhagavan, Los Angeles, 10th January 1970.
Yeah, and that nicely sums up everything that we've really spoken about so far. And it really highlights our role in it. That each one of us has the opportunity to play our part in maintaining Srila Prabhupada's mission. It starts in our own lives and how we follow the sadhana, how we read the books and make Srila Prabhupada's life and teachings and books the core of our daily activities. So, and if everybody does that, if all the members of ISKCON do that, then that preserves Srila Prabhupada's legacy as the founder Acharya for the next, at least for the next 10,000 years, which is the time period for the Golden Age. Yes, question.
Sorry, the button for the mute. We started with ISKCON Disciple course. Yeah.
Yes.
So if in the future something is not from the lineage of Prabhupada, then it can't be part of ISKCON.
No, that's right.
So therefore, it has to be from the lineage of Srila Prabhupada.
Yes.
And that's all there to it.
Yes. That's right.
And then how we guarantee to follow, because how ISKCON has always done, just like everyone on the platform said, is by following the recommendation. Everything has been implemented. All the gurus know what they're doing, or the structure is just there to support the new growth, just like you say with the tree. And there's no default or layaway, right, left, or what. We know we Prabhupada wrote so much in such a period of time. He wrote so much, then there's enough material to sustain for the longest time and ever.
Yes, absolutely. That's absolutely true. Actually, after the break, because I'm thinking we'll take our break in a few minutes' time, we'll talk about ISKCON gurus and how they apply that. And then the other thing we'll do today is that we'll talk about a guru in the light of Shastra. Because even though it's ISKCON gurus and with Srila Prabhupada as the founder of Acharya, still everything that Srila Prabhupada does links with Shastra. So there should be a section in our talk this morning about the founder of Acharya and the gurus that follow him, is how it links with Shastra. But before we do take our break, I'd like to open it up because more comments, more questions, reflections, like that. Are you? Yeah. Is anything that anyone would like to say on either through voice or through the chat? Those of you who are able to communicate by chat can also talk in that way. So any comments, questions, or reflections? What Vaisya Speaker sometimes does is he asks for reflections. If there's something that you've heard so far that really stands out to you as being of great importance, or a comment like we just had a very nice comment from Gerald, or if there's any question. So anything really stood out to you? No question for now. Okay. So no questions, but any standout reflections so far? I mean, of course, in a sense, through the different conversations we've had this morning, you've given your reflections. So maybe you're happy with that. But, oh, okay, one more reflection, yes?
I think the reflection which sums up is Prabhuji, you were very clear on the position of Srila Prabhupada, and that's what we were mainly focusing on this morning.
Yes, and I that's absolutely right, and I focused on that, and I've made it the first thing in the course, even though it wasn't the first thing in the manual, because that is really what it's all about. Is about Srila Prabhupada. It's about our connection with him and his movement And, you know, there's no question of a connection with ISKCON or an ISKCON guru without the connection with Srila Prabhupada. And, you know, because so many devotees, and I think we've also spoken about ways of connecting with Srila Prabhupada and through service, through serving his mission, through hearing his books, through hearing about him, through Lilamrita, through hearing his voice. Because, you know, some devotees, they meet their first ever spiritual master, whoever happens to be giving class, so-and-so Swami, and they think, oh, that was so nice, he led such a nice kirtan, he led such a nice class, maybe he's my guru. Not a very good way of finding our guru. Better is the Kadamba Kanana Maharaj way, that someone who became a real Prabhupada man, and then he found someone as a Diksha Guru who he felt was even more of a Prabhupada man than he was, and actually increased that inspiration that comes from Srila Prabhupada, not decreased it. So that's why we put so much emphasis on this morning and kind of made it made it a section in its own right. Yes, somebody else wants to say something. Yeah, please.
So keep listening to the Sri Prabhupada's. One is a highly recommended one, right, Prabhuji?
So I didn't quite hear that.
Listening to the lectures of Sri Prabhupada, lecture is a highly recommended one.
There's a lot of them. You know, some people like the conversations. You know, the conversations are also very nice, especially if you're tired, you know, just to hear a conversation, and Srila Prabhupada's wisdom shines through. Or in terms of the lectures themselves, one thing that sort of comes to mind is if there's a particular section of the Bhagavatam that you really like a lot, like for example with me, I really love the 6th canto, the Ajamil pastime, then you can actually listen to Prabhupada's lectures from the 6th canto, chapter 1 and chapter 2 and chapter 3. And so sometimes it's nice to do that, is to listen to the lectures of a particular favorite section of the Bhagavatam. Another thing that you might like to do, and this is something that some friends of mine have done, which is very inspiring, is you can read the Prabhupada Lilamrita, and then you can find lectures of Srila Prabhupada that pertain to the time that you're hearing about in the Lilamrita. That's a nice thing to do. That really makes you feel that you're with Srila Prabhupada. And so, okay, Vaibhav Prabhu, no question for now, but one thing I felt is to read a lot about Srila Prabhupada and his journey. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Margarita said, same, this stood out for me too. Rajiv's iPhone, connect with Srila Prabhupada through his talks, books, and kirtans. It's so important because, as I said before, you know, I've seen so many cases where devotees have just fallen in love, in inverted commas, with the first guru that they meet because they gave a nice class or led a nice kirtan. But you know, if you fall in love like that, you can easily fall out of love like that as well. And that has also happened. So better to do it the long way round, without cutting corners. Better to establish that connection with Srila Prabhupada through his books, and then following in the wonderful holy footsteps of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, then find the person that's, you know, enhancing that for you even more, making you feel like even more of a Prabhupada man, making you feel inspired to participate in the mission, to serve in the mission. Because service is a very important thing. And that's there in the Shastra. Because like I said, everything that we talk about ultimately is connected with Shastra. if it's bona fide. But there's some very important verses, and in the second chapter of the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, and perhaps at the very heart of them is this verse. It goes like this: Nasta prayasho abhadreshu nityam bhagavata sevaya bhagavati utama shloke bhaktya bhavati naishtaki. By regular attendance in the classes on the Bhagavatam, and by rendering of service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed. And loving service under the personality of Godhead, who is praised with transcendental songs, is established as an irrevocable fact. So there's two elements: hearing the Bhagavatam or classes on the Bhagavatam from Srila Prabhupada, and rendering of service to the pure devotee, which of course you can do by rendering service to his ISKCON mission in some way. Just like some of you were telling me at the beginning how you're doing various services in the temple, or somebody was in his wrath also, rendering service to that's one of Prabhupada's temples. So both things are there, some service and hearing of the Bhagavatam, and in this way, the connection with Srila Prabhupada is made very strong. Any other comments or reflections? Okay, so perhaps we can pause. It's 11:45. So let's say at least let's break for what would you say, till 12:10? Yeah, we'll start again at 12:10, and we'll carry on. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jai.
So I'm going to.
Jai.
So I'm going to mute myself, but at the same time I'll stay online, because I think LCVS has gone home. So I'm the host now. So if I disappear, then none of us will get back on. So I'll stay online, but I'll be muted until 12:10, and it's up to you whether you just want to stay muted, because if you stay muted, then I can't hear what's going on there anyway. If you stay muted and you turn off the video, then you're safe, and then at the same time you don't leave the call either, if that makes any sense. So we'll see you all at 12:10. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So I'm back actually 2 minutes before I said I would be. 3 minutes later than I should have been, but 2 minutes earlier than my revised time. And welcome back to everybody. Has everybody arrived back yet? Well, I guess 2, 3. I think it's just. Well, I won't really get going until 12:15 because that was the time that I said I was coming back. So there's 1 minute to go. So we've got, yes.
Can I ask you a question, Prabhuji? Do you give initiation?
No, I don't. But we'll talk about a lot of devotees that do, and but yeah, I don't currently do that, and it will probably be long enough in the future that I'd recommend either a disciple of Prabhupada or there's a devotee called Keshav Maharaj. He's very nice. He's not a direct disciple of Prabhupada, but he's disciple of Kadamba Maharaj, actually. And he's a wonderful devotee. Otherwise, regularly visiting here, we have Shivaram Swami, Devamrita Swami, Janananda Das Goswami, His Grace Vaishasika Prabhu, Bhakti Chaitanya Swami. So you'll meet some wonderful devotees in the coming year. And so.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So it is 12:15 now, which corresponds to the time that I said I'd be back. So I will carry on, I think, because all but one of you are still already here. Margarita Mataji hasn't come back yet, but hopefully she will. There is one devotee that actually left quite early on. So I don't know if their internet failed or they decided the course wasn't quite for them or whatever, but I've forgotten his name now, but he left quite early on, so I'm presuming that he's not going to come back. And yeah, so the way I kind of tend to do these things is that, the first session, regardless of what's in the manual, what's on the syllabus, one of the things that's happening is that we're getting to know each other because although we may have seen each other before in some cases at the temple, but we certainly haven't really ever spoken or so obviously in the first session I'm kind of getting to know everybody a bit better and also what their expectations are. So I actually tend to do most of my preparatory work between the first and the second seminar because by that time I know who is here, I know what we have to cover and how to cover it. Tend to keep the first session not too content heavy, to be honest. But we really do like to make this point about Srila Prabhupada. I think that's so important. It's the essence of what and why it's called the ISKCON Disciple Course. And it really, actually, I had this conversation with Keshav Maharaj, actually. Me and Dalmar Prabhu, who's the temple president of ISKCON London, we had this conversation with Keshav Maharaj, and he's a disciple of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, we spoke about earlier, who left the world in Vrindavan last year. So unfortunately, you can't take initiation from him either. But wonderful example. And you know, following the example of Keshav Maharaj and Kadamba Maharaj and his spiritual master Jayadvaita Maharaj, who is still present, but he doesn't give initiation anymore, as far as I understand. But this idea, this reality, actually, not just an idea, that we take the inspiration from Prabhupada and our Guru Maharaj will be the person that actually will enhance that even further. So that's at the heart of what the ISKCON Disciples course is all about. So we've spoken about Srila Prabhupada. So let's now speak about ISKCON Gurus that have obviously coming after Srila Prabhupada, and that's covered in Lesson 4, Chapter 22. So we're sort of sticking with that for now. We're going to carry on the track, and then there are some important things in Lesson 2 especially that we'll have to come back to, if not today, then next week. But I want to carry on the track that we've started, because I'm also sensing that that's the right approach for this group. Every group is different, actually. I go a different way with each group. I mean, we cover the same important things by the end of the course, but it's personalized. And so we're on this topic about Srila Prabhupada that resonated with everybody, and rightly so. But now let's talk about the ISKCON Gurus that follow that. I'm not going to talk about qualities of disciples this week, because I'm going to talk about that next week. But let's go to the next thing on page 22, which is the attitude of an ISKCON Guru. So we've heard about, you know, Srila Prabhupada and how he sets the example for ISKCON and etc. So what about ISKCON Gurus, his followers? What's the right attitude of an ISKCON Guru? What do you consider is the appropriate attitude in general for an ISKCON Guru, current and future, in regards to the teachings of Srila Prabhupada and the authority structure within ISKCON? So what are your thoughts about that? I mean, we've kind of alluded to it already, but it'll be good to hear vocalization of those things a little bit more.
Haribol Prabhu.
Yes.
To help the disciple get out of the material world.
Yes.
It helps to provide most of our daily routine struggles and answers over there.
Yes. And then there's one from the chats. Quotes from Srila Prabhupada's books to his disciples. Yes, absolutely. He understands that he's preaching his realization of Prabhupada's teachings. Very good point. Yes, Prabhu.
Haribol, is actually to embody the founder Acharya's value, which is a savior of everyone, to convey the message. Then that's what we do through Srila Prabhupada teaching, reverting to Krishna. Remove fear, also, it should embody this, and make Srila Bhagavad Gita available to all the world. Also, the purpose of the song of Vashinacharya, and then explaining, you know, like promoting people to do devotion, service, and also to take shelter under Prabhupada's feet and Krishna. I think I put it all in the mixer and I blended it, but that's part of what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically, I think if I'm understanding it correctly, it brings up an interesting point that if he imbibes the teachings of Prabhupada into his life, then even though he's not Srila Prabhupada, he should also have that effect that when he speaks, we become, we feel uplifted, etc. If he's an empowered representative of Srila Prabhupada. But let's go for something more, just to kind of on a practical level. Let's turn to page 23 and look at the chart there. And so you see Srila Prabhupada is there at the top of the tree, and Srila Prabhupada delegated the managerial authority to the GBC after his departure. Actually, he did that even whilst he was still present, to establish that whilst he was still present. And actually, there's a nice quote. I think it's actually in this chapter. Yes, it is. This is actually from a lecture that Prabhupada gave in Honolulu in 1975. When they say they don't like ISKCON and the GBC, they're really saying that they don't like to follow my order. That means that they don't like my order. That means that they don't have faith in my order. That means they don't have faith in me. That means Guru Aparad. To say they have faith in me is just a hypocrisy if they don't have faith in the GBC, because that's his order. So Srila Prabhupada very intelligently established that within his lifetime, so that devotees understood even in his lifetime that the GBC were the managing authority. And then there's the Guru Services Committee, the regional bodies, the Guru. So obviously for a devotee, the Guru is practically the most important person in their lives. And yet in this chart, the Guru is below the level of the GBC body and Srila Prabhupada. So in answer to the previous question, what should be the attitude of an ISKCON Guru is that as well as being an advanced devotee that, like Gerald was saying, should embody those same things that we heard about earlier, at least to maybe not to the degree that Srila Prabhupada does, but enough. But on a practical level, he acknowledges that, yes, I'm subordinate to the GBC and its standards, which is subordinate to Srila Prabhupada, who established that. So, for example, Srila Prabhupada established a system with temples. We didn't get to go to the temple this week. Maybe we will next week. That's something we need to discuss at the end, whether some of us want to actually be in the temple next week for next week's class. There'll be advantages to that because next week's class will be the most content rich of all the classes. So those who can, it may be a good idea to, and it's also Kadashi next week as well. So Kadashi is a good day to visit the temple. But we'll discuss that at the end, whether or not we want to go to the temple. And of course, those of you that need to be online can be online. That's a given. We promised that in the beginning. So you will be able to attend online even if some of us are on site next week. But yeah, so Srila Prabhupada established the temples like the temple in London, and he established it with the temple president. And those temple presidents were endowed with a lot of authority by Srila Prabhupada. So the ISKCON Guru, while being a spiritual inspiration to us personally, but he'll always be subordinate to the will of the GBC, the temple structure and authority system established by Srila Prabhupada, etc. Now that doesn't mean that he's spiritually inferior to any of the above. That's not the correct understanding. And that's why actually that's why generally I like to do the Nectar of Instruction course first before the ISKCON Disciple course, because there's points established in the Nectar of Instruction which are very relevant, because when this gets explained, this diagram on page 23, it sometimes causes confusion. What confusion do you think it causes? I've kind of more or less said it, but just to see that you're on the same wavelength as me here. What confusion do you think this sometimes causes, this diagram on page 23? Because we're talking about taking shelter of a guru who's like going to be our life and soul. And
To find the guru.
sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
To find how to find the guru before initiation.
Not exactly. What do you think is strange in a sense about me saying, well, the guru is subordinate to the temple president, the GBC, Srila Prabhu? What may sound strange about that? Yes.
Here we're talking about a structure, then usually people refer to a guru as someone who is connected to all knowledge.
Yes.
And for some people, it's like, but it could come to mind, but we should be just directly, the guru should have had, well, should I recognize someone else, interceder, between me, my relationship with Prabhupada, and they get it the wrong way around. Then
Yes.
it's the full Prabhupada teaching, and it's a beacon of knowledge and inspiration from Prabhupada, undiluted, and the support we need. If you have a problem with your head, you go to see a psychotherapist. If you have a problem with your teeth, you go to see a dentist. If you want to go further in your practice and in your serving, you need a guru and the guru will know exactly how to do and will have the experience also to guide you and to be there for you. So therefore, we can't just go with the material of Prabhupada. We need to have someone to also bring it to us as a support.
Yes. And I think also the point that was brought out by a devotee in the chat, where's it gone? Can Guru authority be pressured with new ideas from GBC? Well, they wouldn't be completely new ideas because they'd all be from Srila Prabhupada's teachings. But in another sense, the answer is yes. But at the same time, that brings up the problem that a lot of devotees have when they first see this thing on page 23. Yeah, in the diagram, the position of the guru is almost at the bottom. Yes, yeah, you got it. That's the problem that a lot of devotees see, is that why is that the case? And at the same time, this is also why I like to teach the Nectar of Instruction ideally first, before the Guru Disciple course, although all of you will have the opportunity to do the Nectar of Instruction course with me, which hopefully we'll do during Kartik. So that will, once or twice I've done it that way around as well, done the Nectar of Instruction course afterwards, and then you can kind of link things together. But yeah, the last comment really does actually highlight the problem. In the diagram, the position of the group is almost at the bottom. Yes, this is precisely what causes the confusion. But it's like this because Srila Prabhupada established this system, and the GBC, I mean, let's consider for a moment who's on the GBC. They are highly advanced devotees it's a very high criteria to be a GBC. It's practically even more intense than being a guru if you actually read Srila Prabhupada's instructions on that. But it's not just one person. It's a whole bunch of people who are sincere devotees following Prabhupada, and they come to a conclusion for the general betterment of the society. So the guru is on the bottom of the list, or not the highest on the list, third on the list, if you like, because the most preeminent Shiksha guru is always Srila Prabhupada, his teachings. The GBC make sure that Prabhupada's teachings get applied in this period post Srila Prabhupada's presence. But if you've read the Nectar of Instruction first, then you'll understand that there's three different kinds of devotees, Kanishta, Madhyam, Uttama, or another way of looking at it, as Narada Muni taught Dhruva Maharaj, those that are equal to us, those that are junior to us, those that are senior to us. Now, Prabhupada makes a statement in the Nectar of Instruction that one should always be ready to hear guidance from a superior Vaishnav. So if you put that into the mix as well, then yes, that authority structure is there. But if all of those devotees who are GBCs and temple presidents are actually true followers of Srila Prabhupada, they will respect the position of advanced Vaishnavas, and they will always be willing to take their guidance on board. Of course, for the sake of managing, for example, there's a crisis in the temple, the boiler's leaking or something, and then the temple president calls whoever and sorts it out. He doesn't necessarily have time to consult with the guru. So there's things that have to go on, just common sense things really, that have to go on. The daily management of the temple has to go on. If the cook leaves to go to India, then the temple president has to find another cook. And there isn't necessarily time to kind of say, oh Prabhu, can you cook the breakfast? Well, I don't know, I've got to consult with my guru whether or not I should cook the breakfast. Do you see what I'm saying? It can get very silly like that. So there's an element of common sense there, that there needs to be that authority established at the GBC and on more local level, the temple presidents. But, for more profound spiritual insight and depth, then Prabhupada says in the Nectar of Instruction, one should always be prepared to learn from a superior Vaishnava. So you see how, if we understand it correctly and through Prabhupada's books as well, which again is like why ideally I prefer to do the Nectar of Instruction first, then we actually understand, okay, this diagram is at page 23, but we don't have to kind of freak out because we understand that, good temple presidents, will always listen to superior Vaishnavas. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to listen to anyone who's been around a long time if they're not practicing Krishna consciousness strictly. Some may have been around for 50 years, but maybe they're not practicing strictly. But if they are, then a good devotee is always going to listen to them. So you see how the contradiction is reconciled here. Yeah.
So may I see it as it's very imperative that actually this structure exists, because it's just like in the medical system, body and all the people associated in the body. So then you have cross-reference to actually make sure that when you go straight down to the GP, will give you the best advice, is actually not just one person who have all the knowledge and all the but it's everybody within the corporation will actually consent. Yes, this is the right way. This is, there's more than one person to decide this is what Srila Prabhupada will want. This is how we should do it. So it's like a triple check or quadruple or multiple. So,
yes, absolutely right. It's like, you remember in the first part of the discourse today, I spoke about that time when one sannyasi actually started going around saying that the cause of all of our problems is that we haven't recognized that Srila Prabhupada is God. So, which of course is wrong, and it's there in Prabhupada's books. Like, this is a very crude example, but if you have a GBC body, like you said, to make sure that the basic standards get followed, then you understand at that moment, oh yeah, this guru has gone AWOL, you know. You see what I mean? Otherwise, if the guru is just the ultimate authority, then anything could happen. Now, of course, if they're spiritually qualified, which again is why I like to read the Nectar of Instruction first, because it goes into that in far more depth than this course does. But like I said, if there's any gaps in understanding, all of you are more than welcome to come on the Nectar of Instruction course. We're going to be doing it during Kartik, so it will complete. But it'll be clear to you by the time we finish this in the Nectar of Instruction course why ideally it would be better the other way around with the Nectar of Instruction first. So, because the Nectar of Instruction will teach you the symptoms of a guru in such a way that you're not going to pick a guru that will fall down. But at the same time, if you look at the history of Vaishnavism, you know, even Maharaj Bharata is a freak circumstance, and it was a pastime, but he thought of a deer and said at the end because he got distracted. You know, things do happen. And the other thing is, we were talking about Srila Prabhupada and how he was the only one of his godbrothers that actually followed the order of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta. Now, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, Srila Prabhupada's spiritual master, wanted to be a GBC body precisely for the kind of reason that Gerald was talking about. But none of the disciples, except for Srila Prabhupada, wanted to follow that. And you know what happened as a result of that? Was that the Gaudiya mission fell apart within days of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta leaving the planet, because they all started fighting over who would be the next Acharya. And this one had this opinion and this one had that opinion. And actually, at least one of those devotees is someone that Srila Prabhupada considered to be a very advanced devotee. So sometimes even advanced devotees need checks and balances. I mean, if you read the Srimad Bhagavatam, you hear about Dhruva Maharaj, and Dhruva Maharaj is the wonderful example of a neophyte devotee that attained perfection in Krishna consciousness. But at one point, you know, Swayambhuva Manu had to restrain him from fighting because he said, you don't need to fight, it's unnecessary. So you see, it's really good, you know, and sometimes even an advanced devotee can maybe misremember something that Srila Prabhupada had said. So you had this GBC body. So you see how having the GBC body under the guidance of Prabhupada actually makes us more safe and secure, not less so. Yes, yeah, quick question from Smita Mataji. Yes, please. Or comment or reflection. Oh, so you had your hand up, I thought.
Sorry, Prabhu, I was just moving my.
Oh, you were just stretching. Okay.
Sorry.
So you see, actually having the GBC there is actually good for us. It's not bad for us. And, you know, sometimes the GBC men can research things, and especially in the earlier days of the movement, it was very useful, like, because we found out what Srila Prabhupada said, and everything is there in the Bhagavatam, but not everybody's read the Bhagavatam 30 times. But if you've got a whole lot of good devotees together, and if you study it in depth, you'll read, you know, the qualifications that Prabhupada wanted of GBCs. They practically had to be the same as gurus. And Prabhupada established such authority with the GBC that he said they'll be punished, actually, the GBCs, if they don't do their job properly. Yeah. Every book's, even monthly magazine, are all authorized by the GBC, yes. And they also all meant to say Srila Prabhupada, founder Acharya International Society for Krishna Consciousness, so that just make sure that everything stays on track. So in terms of that earlier point about what should be the attitude of ISKCON Guru, that, yeah, they understand that they're subordinate to the will of the GBC and Srila Prabhupada, and they work in cooperation with the local temple president. And they don't work separately from the temple president, because if they worked separately from the temple president, then they might start telling their disciples in the temple, why don't you come with me to Africa or something? No, and then the London temple has to close down because we don't have a head pujari anymore, we don't have a cook, you know, and so that's why the structure is there, and it's there for our protection. But if we understand from books like the Nectar of Instruction about the nature of superior Vaishnavas, then naturally the devotees who are temple presidents will take shelter of them. And certainly our current temple president, Dol Mahaprabhu, he regularly takes guidance from Deva Mrida Swami and our GBC, Pragosh Prabhu, and many others, his own spiritual master, etc. So he's regularly taking guidance from great Vaishnavas. Okay, page 24, Gurus and ISKCON authorities' instructions. Perform a short skit showing an inappropriate way of dealing with a situation where the instructions given by one's local ISKCON authority differ from the instructions given by one's guru. Well, it's difficult to do a skit online. An appropriate way of dealing with a situation in which instructions given by one's local ISKCON authority differ from the instructions given by one's guru. Okay, now I said that every point we make in this course can be backed up by Shastra, by scripture, by the Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam. Now usually there's always something in the Srimad Bhagavatam that will back up a point. So who can think of an example? Now I don't know how many of you have read Srimad Bhagavatam, but who knows of an example from Srimad Bhagavatam of when different instructions from different authorities were most beautifully reconciled? I think I have to give a special prize if anybody gets this.
Haribol Prabhu.
Yes.
It's that Bali Maharaj who had to actually take a different decision than the Guru's decision to accept Vamana Dev and
Well, that brings up, that wasn't the example I was thinking of, but it's a very good answer, because it brings up a very interesting point. Because sometimes you hear in classes that devotees have this three-way check, Guru, Sadhu, Shastra. But one devotee was pointing out that really it should be Guru, Shastra, Sadhu, because always in the middle of it should be the Shastra. And Bali Maharaj's point to his Guru Maharaj is that based on Shastra, you've always told me to surrender to Krishna, so if this is Krishna, I should surrender to him. But that's a very good example. It's not the example I was looking for. There's an example in the Bhagavatam. So I'm doing a bit of a plug for everyone to read Srimad Bhagavatam, and it's nothing to do with Bhadra Panim, because Bhadra Panim's finished now. But just because Bhadra Panim's finished now, you still need to read the Bhagavatam, because and again, there's something in Shastra about the Bhagavatam, because that's just not some idea that I have or even that Srila Prabhupada had. But actually, it's described that this Srimad Bhagavatam is the literary incarnation of God, and it is compiled by Srila Vyasadeva, the incarnation of God. It is meant for the ultimate good of all people, and is all successful, all blissful, and all perfect. This Bhagavad Purana, that's another way of saying Srimad Bhagavatam, this Srimad Bhagavatam is as brilliant as the sun, and it has arisen just after the departure of Lord Krishna to his own abode, accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc. Persons who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of ignorance in this age of Kali can get light from this Srimad Bhagavatam. So in other words, all the doubts, all the questions we have are all actually answered in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Yes. And this is what Krishna has said, that those who've lost, or Srila Vyasadeva, who is Krishna, is saying, the persons who've lost their vision because this is a difficult age, but they can get all the light that there is from the Srimad Bhagavatam. So if you want to not be confused, you've got to read Srimad Bhagavatam. Because the Srimad Bhagavatam, it's explained in an earlier verse, contains all the blessings that are available as if Krishna was personally there. The Bhagavatam is non-different from Krishna. So you get the same benefit as if Krishna appeared before you. Krishna in sound form. And so there's another example in the Bhagavatam of how great personalities got together to help a devotee that ultimately had to follow an instruction that was different from the instruction of his guru. Just to give you a clue, it's in the 5th canto of the Bhagavatam. Bali Maharaj is in the 8th canto of the Bhagavatam. But this example is from the 5th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Maharaj Priyavrata. Has anyone heard of Maharaj Priyavrata? Great king, great saintly king, very empowered. Now he got instructed by the 4 Kumaras to, he got instructed by Narada Muni just to preach Krishna consciousness. Don't manage any temples, don't manage any kingdoms, just preach Krishna consciousness. But then the superior authority of the universe, Swayambhuva Manu, didn't agree with that. He said, well, that's just going to create chaos. So you can see, again, why we need a GBC, because sometimes even a guru's decision may be coming from the right place, but it may not work in terms of the running of the movement and all over the world. You know, it just may not work out. So Swayambhuva Manu pointed out, you know, well, this is not going to work if that's done. It really isn't. But Narada Muni didn't agree. So the equivalent of the founder Acharya had to come, who was Lord Brahma, who was actually the head of our Sampradaya. And he made this ruling that, yes, Maharaj Priyavrata should rule the planet, but let him do it in Krishna consciousness, as Narada Muni has suggested. And then he'll do it very nicely, and then in time he'll be able to renounce the kingdom, go to the forest, and attain perfection in Krishna consciousness, which is what happened. And you know what? Everybody was pleased. Everybody was pleased. Lord Brahma was pleased, Swayambhuva Manu was pleased, Narada Muni was pleased, he was joyful, he didn't feel like, oh, they didn't follow my instruction. His instruction was correct in principle, but in terms of the detail, the temple president, who was Swayambhuva Manu, and the GBC, who was Lord Brahma, however you want to kind of see it, they said, well, you know, this is not going to quite work, because if Maharaj Priyavrata doesn't become king, then there's nobody else to do it. So you see why actually, and this is what you find with Prabhupada, the more that you study the Bhagavatam, the more that you realize that everything that Srila Prabhupada gave is connected with the Shastra. So this GBC temple president system gives us the same opportunity to do the right thing, just like Maharaj Priyavrata was able to do with the blessings of all the devotees that were guiding him. So, yeah, so we can't do a skit showing you an appropriate or inappropriate thing online, but at least we can explain the principle and how Maharaj Priyavrata took shelter of all the different authorities, including his guru. And ultimately, and this is what will happen, is that if your Diksha guru think something different from your temple president, then the two of them will meet up and discuss, and then an appropriate decision will be made that will honor the spirit of both. So that's that situation. So on 25, on page 25, there's some nice quotes. Perhaps we can take it in turns to read them. Unfortunately, it seems we've lost another devotee. We've lost Margarita, but let's hope we don't lose everyone by the end of the course. But anyway, actually, probably 6 is a good number for the hours that we have together. And so at least we'll have quality time together. So page 25, perhaps we can take it in turns to read some of these quotes. The first one is a GBC statement on the position of Srila Prabhupada.
Attitude of an ISKCON Guru, service of Sri Prabhupada and our Guru Parampara. Those who accept the services of Diksha Guru or Shiksha Guru in ISKCON are reckoned to be explanatory in representing Srila Prabhupada's teaching in their words and personal behavior. The Shiksha Guru gives spiritual instruction and inspiration on behalf of Srila Prabhupada and our Guru Parampara. The Diksha Guru gives spiritual instruction, inspiration, formal initiation, a spiritual name, and later imparts the sacred Gayatri mantras to the qualified discipline as a service to Srila Prabhupada and our Guru Parampara. 303 GBC Statement on the position of Srila Prabhupada, March 2030.
Okay, so who wants to read back to Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's governing body? Something we already spoke about, but here it is in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, one purport.
Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, at the time of his departure, requested all his disciples to form a governing body and conduct missionary activities cooperatively. He did not instruct a particular man to become the next Acharya, but just after his passing away, his leading secretaries made plans without authority to occupy the post of Acharya, and they split into two factions over who the next Acharya would be. Consequently, both factions were ashra or useless because they had no authority, having disobeyed the order of the spiritual master, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi 12.8.
Then obey Srila Prabhupada but not follow the GBC. I've already read that once, so someone else can read it now.
Gurus and ISKCON authorities' instructions obey Srila Prabhupada but not follow the GBC. When they say they don't like ISKCON and the GBC, they are really saying they don't like to follow my order. That means they don't like my order. That means they don't have faith in my order. That means they don't have faith in me. That means Guru Abrada to say they have faith in me is just hypocrisy. 8th February 1975, ISKCON, Lanunda, Hawaii, SP Leela Adedanam to SP Ilamita by SDG.
And here's some more nice quotes about gurus outside of ISKCON and how we're safer actually staying in ISKCON. And anyway, the quotes speak for themselves. Here's a letter to Hamsadutta. Better you stick to hearing from authorized persons like your spiritual master or experienced godbrothers, but never try to hear from someone who is not in our line. It is simply a waste of time to hear and then again have to rectify the mistake. I have now issued orders that all my disciples should avoid my godbrothers. They should not have any dealings with them, not have any correspondence, nor should they give them any of my books or purchase any of their books. Neither should you visit any of their temples. Please avoid them. All Vaishnava authorities to preach Krishna consciousness, but still there are degrees of authorities. On the whole, if his motive is to suppress me, and that is why he has come here, how can we receive him? He has already given one professor a wrong impression. He may be treated as a guest if he comes to our center. Give him prasadam. Honor him as an elderly Vaishnava, but he cannot speak or lecture. If he wants to lecture, you can tell him that there was already a speaker scheduled. That's all. And then on page 26, you got Prabhupada saying that the GBC, the Governing Body Commission, will be the ultimate managing authority of the entire International Society for Krishna Consciousness. So that's actually in Srila Prabhupada's will from June 1977. So that's where that comes from. It's directly from Srila Prabhupada's will that the GBC is the managing authority of ISKCON. And he also explains the importance of the GBC and how, you know, the Gaudiya math failed because of not following Srila Bhaktisiddhanta's instructions. So maybe someone else can read the next one. Gaudiya mission has failed in its preaching work.
You must be engaged continuously for this missionary activity. The Gaudiya mission has failed in preaching work because they adopted this principle. As soon as they got a little shelter under the name of Mata or temple and a few dozens of, not for few dozen, 1 dozen disciplines, then he is settled upon there. Now he is bhajana, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, showing that he is very great chanter. And what is your preaching? Therefore, my Guru Maharaj condemned this policy. Mana to me, Kaisira, Vaishnava, what kind of Vaishnava you are? Pratishtara Tare Nirjanera Gare. And simply he cheat popularity. Oh, he is a Vaishnava, he is chanting. All right, no botheration, because if there is no preaching, there is no botheration. You can sit down and show people, I have now become a very liberated soul and chant and meditate. That means sleeping. This sort of business is condemned by my Guru Maharaj. Pradishtara Tara Tare Nirjarana Gare Tava Harinama Kevala. This is the simply cheating. He did not approve this kind of business. He did not approve. He wanted to see that everyone is engaged in preaching work. Srimad Bhagavatam 6.3.18 Gorakhpur, February 11th, 1971.
Yeah. So the next one is by Ravindra Swarup Prabhu, who was commissioned by the GBC to speak on Guru reform, and he makes the very points that we've been speaking about. I'll read this one and then someone else can read the next one. Vaishnava doctrine holds that the essential qualifying characteristic of a Guru is that he follows the order of his own Guru. He never becomes the master, but also remains the servant. Oh dear, we lost another devotee.
Consequently,
Oh, it's back.
to be qualified as a guru in ISKCON, it was essential to strictly follow the order of Srila Prabhupada, who had declared that all devotees must serve cooperatively under the authority of the GBC. Accepting the authority of the GBC board was not a voluntary option because it was Srila Prabhupada's order. It was necessary to Guruhood itself. Guru Reform Ravindra Swarapa Dasa ISKCON Communications Journal 2.1.
Yeah, the disciple one must carry out. Actually, someone else can read this one and I'll read the last one. The disciple must carry out the spiritual master's instructions without deviation.
Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj comments in this connection, one can become perfectly successful in the mission of his life if he acts exactly according to the words he hears from the mouth of his spiritual master. This acceptance of the words of the spiritual master is called Sharuta Vakya, which indicates that the discipline must carry out the spiritual master's instructions without deviation. Srila Vishwanatha Chakravarti Tagore remarks in this connection that a discipline must accept the words of his spiritual master as his life and soul. Sri Chaitanya Kartamana Act 7.72.
So this is another very important conversation about the whole GBC issue. It's kind of similar to the one we read earlier, but it's the full version. Another confrontation took place in Srila Prabhupada's room with devotees who insisted they could faithfully obey Srila Prabhupada but could not follow his GBC representative or his ISKCON. The devotees in Prabhupada's room had formerly been leaders of ISKCON Hawaii, but had left and were now threatening to use the funds and properties in their own name. Srila Prabhupada kept asking them simply, why did you leave? Why don't you stay? Why don't you surrender? But they insisted that while they trusted Srila Prabhupada, they could not trust the GBC. One of the GBC members in the room became exasperated with their refusal to accept Prabhupada's simple request to surrender. You say that you accept Prabhupada? Yes, they replied. And you say that you have faith in him? Yes. And you say that whatever he asks you can follow? Yes. So then if Prabhupada asks you to follow the GBC, will you do it? The room became tense and silent. No, we cannot follow. When they then uttered that no, Srila Prabhupada dropped his fist on this table and pointed to the deviant devotees, declaring, just see the hypocrisy. Even after Srila Prabhupada's stark conclusion, they maintained we surrendered to you but not to ISKCON philosophy until Prabhupada asked them to leave. To the other devotees remaining in the room, Prabhupada remarked, why they don't say they like ISKCON. Well, sorry, when they say they don't like ISKCON and the GBC, they are really saying they don't like to follow my order. That means they don't like my order. That means they don't have faith in my order, and that means they don't have faith in me. And, you know, as we heard earlier from the example of the Gaudiya Mat, and how we heard directly from Prabhupada how they didn't follow Prabhupada's order to conjointly manage the society through a GBC, and then the whole thing fell apart. So that's why Srila Prabhupada really emphasized this, and it's working because, you know, 60 years on, we're still here. Whereas the Gaudiya Mat, which actually practiced Siddhanta's disciples, some of them were lifelong renunciants and everything, it fell apart within 3 days. You know, so just goes to show. Okay, 2 more quotes before, and then we end this chapter 4. So the next one is from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela 772. A disciple should always remain a fool before his spiritual master. Anyone else like to read?
Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself presented the perfect example of how to be a discipline. A spiritual master knows very well how to engage each discipline in a particular duty. But if a discipline, thinking himself more advanced than his spiritual master, gives up his orders and acts independently, he checks his own spiritual progress. Every discipline must contain himself completely unaware of the signs of Krishna and must always be ready to carry out the orders of the spiritual master to become competent in Krishna consciousness. A discipline should always remain a fool before his spiritual master. Sri Chaitanya Sramata Adilila 7.72.
And then finally, a thoughtful man must act in this way, learning to distinguish right from wrong. This is from the Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 6, Text 5. We should therefore live in such a way that we keep ourselves always healthy and strong in mind and intelligence, so that we can distinguish the goal of life from a life full of problems. A thoughtful man must act in this way, learning to distinguish right from wrong, and thus attain the goal of life. So that actually completes the first unit, although we still have another 3/4 of an hour left. So I'd like to then go back and pick up some of the important points in lesson 2, which will, in a sense, be a useful basis for next week's class. But before I do, does anyone have any questions? Or before we do, does anyone have any questions? I need to hear page 26 and 27. Thank you for this. Yeah, that's really good, actually, pages 26 and 27. Yeah, there's some very nice quotations here, for sure. And I think, and this is a comment on the devotee that just commented for thanking us, that we read pages 26 and 27 together. I think what's becoming clear, and I suspect this is why you're making the comment, that the way that Srila Prabhupada did it was just right with the GBC and etc. That it actually does work. It actually does save us from so many problems. And any other comments or questions?
I do have one question.
Yes.
So, like, Prabhupada says in one of his quotes that he decided not to talk to his god brothers.
Yes.
What were, if I can ask, what were the reasons that he, it was like his god brothers? Like, what were the reasons that he says that don't be with them? Like, were there any reasons?
Well, the main reason that Prabhupada actually gave was that they disobeyed the orders of his spiritual master. There's one letter where Srila Prabhupada actually, well, he was very much against the idea of devotees consulting with his godbrothers because, and I think that point is actually at the heart of it. So then in the 70s, they asked Prabhupada again because they were in India, Prabhupada was abroad, and they said, well, Prabhupada, can we, and somehow again, this is a letter, so obviously you don't see the question, but Ravinda Suprabhu explained the context to us and said that, Prabhupada could understand that they were going to do it anyway, regardless of whether he said yes or no. He said, okay, well, if you have to speak to anyone, at least speak to Sridhar Maharaj, because Sridhar Maharaj is the best of the lot. He's the most advanced devotee of the ones that you're speaking about, of all his god brothers, and at least he follows the regulative principles of devotional service. But even he is responsible for disobeying the orders of our spiritual master to have a GBC commission to govern the society. So you see, there's something about Krishna consciousness, to be close to a person, a superior authority, a guru, founder, acharya, diksha guru, shiksha guru. One has to follow their instructions, and that brings closeness. That's why we say Vani is higher than Bapu. You know, you can be with your spiritual master and feel a million miles away if you're not following his instructions. But if you are following his instructions, you can be a million miles away and feel like he's right there. Like one time, Srila Prabhupada, when he was very old and could barely walk, returned to the ISKCON temple in Mayapur. And so he drove past, and no doubt because of his age and health, he didn't stop at his spiritual master's temple, and he didn't offer obeisances to the deity of Srila Bhaktivedanta. And then he was criticized by his godbrothers. And then this criticism got back to Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada said, what do they know? What do they know? He said, they don't understand, these godbrothers, they don't understand that I offer obeisances to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta in my heart at every moment, every second. So there's a sense that they haven't followed, therefore they don't understand their own spiritual master as well as Srila Prabhupada does, and because they hadn't followed, they didn't understand Srila Prabhupada as well as Srila Prabhupada's disciples. Now, I'll give you another example, because a couple of devotees went to the West, even before Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta sent another couple of devotees to the West, to London, and they weren't very successful. I think that one person became a devotee, but they weren't very successful. They came back empty-handed. And then, of course, Srila Prabhupada went west to London and America on the order of his spiritual master, and look what he achieved. And so there was a devotee you may have heard of called Akinchana Krishnadas Babaji. He was a disciple, he was a godbrother of Srila Prabhupada. He was a Babaji, so he wasn't involved in the temples or the politics or anything. He was just chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Like Gaurkashodas Babaji, he was that kind of devotee. He just chanted Hare Krishna all the time. And he was there in an assembly with Srila Prabhupada and some of his godbrothers, and Srila Prabhupada, Akinchana Krishnadas Babaji said, well, how is it that, you know, we all had the same spiritual master, but Swami Bhaktivedanta, who we call Srila Prabhupada, he's achieved tremendous success, whereas the other one didn't do anything, they didn't achieve anything. And he said, why is that? And then he answered his own question. He said, because one had complete faith in the order of their spiritual master, and the other ones, in their minds, they didn't actually believe it was possible. And interestingly enough, 30 years after that, or actually around that time, Srila Prabhupada sent the first 6 disciples to London. And, you know, that's really interesting, because the disciples that went in the 1930s were sannyasis, gurus. They've been devotees their whole lives, practically. And here are some devotees, 6 devotees that Prabhupada sent, who'd taken drugs and done this and that before they were devotees. They were very new devotees, and they'd performed sinful activities prior to becoming a devotee. But they were successful in their mission to London, and that's obviously why we're sitting here now, because they had full faith in the order of their spiritual master. So you see, when you look at it in that context, to get association from Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers is really not very useful, because they neither served their own spiritual master correctly, and neither did they follow Srila Prabhupada, neither did they help Srila Prabhupada. So they don't get that kind of encouragement from within and from without, from Krishna, in the way that 6 devotees did that came to London in 68, 69, and with very little experience. And yet they were successful where others weren't successful, simply because of having faith in the order of the Guru. And this was lacking in those other devotees. So I think that was the ultimate reason why Prabhupada didn't want us to associate with them.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
And I read to you earlier Lokanath Maharaj's centennial book. He also wrote a book about Prabhupada and the festivals in India, which I think is still there in the shop. If not, it's there in one of the other online shops. And he tells pastimes of Srila Prabhupada approaching his godbrothers later on, even in the mid-70s, and saying, look, I could help you finish the temples that you've been building like your whole life. Just be part of ISKCON and let's work together, like Srila Bhaktisiddhanta wanted us to. But they always refused. They would never work cooperatively. So I think when you put all those things together, what I just said now and what I said before, you can understand why Srila Prabhupada was not keen on us associating with devotees from other groups. Yes, we always respect all Vaishnavas and we always say Hare Krishna, fold our palms, etc., but we don't associate with them intimately.
Got it. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
So are there any other comments or questions? Okay, so I think we've more or less done today's work, but because we still have another half an hour, let's go back to module 2 now on page 10, and let's do some things which will help us with next week's class. Let's talk about some foundational things. So essentially, we've done about Srila Prabhupada, founder Acharya, his legacy, the attitude of gurus that follow him, etc. But now we've got to start to link all of that with the Vaishnava tradition as a whole, and especially with the scripture. So let's do some of those things. Yeah, let's do some of those things. Well, let's do this actually. Let's go to page 14. Because this is kind of a slightly different point, but it's in a similar vein to what we've done today, and then next week we can start fresh because we've just got 30 or 40 minutes left, but there's time to do this with quality. On page 14, it explains how Srila Prabhupada is special. Yes, we know. Those that are following him also connected with that we know, but still, Srila Prabhupada comes in a Guru Parampara, just like the Gita says. Remember I said everything links with Shastra? So here you go. So this supreme science, it says in the Bhagavad Gita, was received through the disciplic succession. So now there's a question, why do we have to accept a living Diksha Guru? We haven't really answered that yet, and neither does the manual, even before in page 14, but still they've asked this question, so let's discuss it a little bit. Why should one accept a living Diksha Guru?
Or to get the guidance?
Yes. Yes, a book is not going to be able to sort of tell us what we are individually doing right or wrong. Of course, by reading the books, we can learn to adjust our activities accordingly, but still, it's good to have live help as well. That, oh, Prabhu, I noticed this about your japa, and this is how you can read more effectively. That's the kind of guidance one can only get from living Diksha or Shiksha gurus. Yes.
Thank you. If a devotee has, I don't know, maybe some issues or problem in his life, he needs also maybe the guidance of a guru, which actually can be current with the time and the place of a generation, you know. So that's make it more alive, as and there is reciprocity of exchange with a human being, rather than just to be philosophical or just material.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And there's a wonderful example of that in the Bhagavad Gita. Who is the wonderful example in the Bhagavad Gita of exactly what you just said?
Could it be Arjun?
Yes. Yes, Arjuna. Because if you reread the verses, at least for the first and the beginning of the second chapter of Bhagavad Gita, what he's saying, that he's saying things like, Krishna, how can any good come out of this battle? Because if we fight this battle, I'm going to end up killing all our friends and relatives, and that can't be right. That's not going to make us happy. But then the first thing Krishna says at the beginning of the second chapter of Bhagavad Gita, well, that's basically all nonsense. How these impurities come upon you? That's not befitting someone of a divine lineage. But Arjuna carries on saying, but you know, Krishna, I understand what you're saying, but it just doesn't seem right, and now I'm confused about what my duty is. In other words, I don't know right from wrong. So please enlighten me. And similarly, like that, we have situations in our life where we don't know right from wrong, and we need to approach Diksha gurus, Shiksha gurus in person. So yes, absolutely right. So Mataji, you were gonna, yeah, please.
Haribol Prabhu, I understand we cannot come directly in contact with Krishna because of our material contamination. So our Diksha Guru acts as a medium to help us to get directed onto Krishna.
Brilliant answer. One of my dear Shiksha gurus, who's retired from initiating now, but he gave this wonderful advice that you know, ultimately what the guru is doing is teaching us to hear the supersoul within our hearts, but we can't hear it because of what you just said, our material contamination. So we take shelter of someone that we have faith can hear it, and then he can guide us and correct us until the point that we can also hear from Krishna directly, because that's a very advanced stage. But until we get there, we need all the help we can get. And even when we do get there, we still need to have guidance. That's a deep topic, but yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you for that.
If our Diksha Guru, if we satisfy our Diksha Guru, the Krishna will be very happy with our services.
Yes. Actually, when I was reading you about the 5 symptoms of the founder Acharya and all of those things, I found a wonderful section from one of Prabhupada's books, Easy Journey to Other Planets. And in that book, and we've distributed millions of those books, Easy Journey to Other Planets, but within the context of that book, after Prabhupada has convinced us that we should go spiritual rather than material, he summarizes the whole of the nectar devotion in a short space of time. And then he explains the different tenets of the process of Krishna consciousness we need to follow. But he said of all of those things, several things are most important. One thing is the 5 potent items of devotional service, which is, chanting Hare Krishna, hearing the Bhagavatam, worshipping the deity, living in the Dham, associating with devotees. And he said that the other very important thing is taking shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, associating with him, serving him, getting instruction from him, because simply by his goodwill, the disciple can make wonderful progress in Krishna consciousness. And there have been several occasions in my life where I personally experienced this with my Diksha Guru, that when he was pleased, it was just like the whole world seemed to open up. So this is Krishna's system. Krishna becomes pleased when we do that. It applies to authorized Shiksha Gurus as well. We'll get more into that next week. But yes, there's a lot of live benefits we get that we don't get if we just take shelter of a book, or though the books are very important, but there needs to be a living person. We get extra mercy that way. Yes, Prabhu.
If I may, I think it's also very important for the guru to have a disciple, because as a guru, as a disciple, the guru has to keep always fresh and always, it's not just a given, all the knowledge he has to revisit it, deliver it. He has to maybe adapt it, in a sense, like for the person to understand better with different sentences, different analogy, or so I think as much as the devotee will just rejoice and nourish from the guru also get a leaf of renewal and consistency with his knowledge into Krishna consciousness.
Yes, because everybody has to please Krishna, and some people take the role of gurus, some take the role of disciples, but if the goal is to please Krishna and to spread his glories, then yes, everybody would benefit from that. And I remember Srila Bhaktisiddhanta himself told Srila Prabhupada, you should preach Krishna consciousness in the Western countries, and this will do much good to you and to your audience. But yes, both are benefited, it's true. Very good point. Okay, so let's go on a little bit. So the parampara system, the Guru does not accept respect from his disciple for his personal self, but conveys this respect to Krishna. It is stated in the Gita that knowledge of Krishna is received through the parampara, the disciplic succession. The Guru offers the same respects to his Guru, and the Guru offers respects to his, and so it goes all the way back to Krishna. Thus, the mercy of Krishna comes down through the parampara system. So let's not forget, this is Krishna's system. And the respect offered to Krishna is offered up through the parampara system. One has to learn to approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead this way. And one should approach the current link. This is from the Bhagavatam. The message of Srimad Bhagavatam is coming down through the cyclic succession, and in order to receive the real message of Srimad Bhagavatam, one should approach the current link or spiritual master in the chain of disciplic succession. So there's lots of other quotes here which I think reinforce the point. So for the same reason as Prabhu was grateful that we read pages 26 and 27, let's also read page 15 here in the different quotes to help us build up our knowledge and our picture of this. So to keep everyone involved, it would be good to have different devotees taking it in turns to read one of these quotes. One was actually the first one, you cannot jump over to the superior guru. Lecture Srimad Bhagavatam 1:15:30, Los Angeles, December the 8th, 1973. So it was on the day of my 5th birthday. So who would like to read that?
So if you want to understand Bhagavad Gita, then we must understand in the same way as the person who directly heard from. This is called parampara system. Suppose I have heard something from my spiritual master, so I speak to you the same thing. So this is parampara system. You can't imagine what my spiritual master said, or even if you read some books, you can't understand unless you understand it from me. This is called parampara system. You can't jump over to the superior guru, neglecting the next acharya, immediate next acharya. Lecture Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1530, Los Angeles, December 8, 1973. Hare Krishna.
Don't try to approach Krishna directly. Don't jump over. That is useless. First of all, your spiritual master, then his spiritual master, then his spiritual master, his spiritual master, his spiritual master, and ultimately Krishna. That's the process. Don't try to approach Krishna directly, jump over. That's useless. As you receive knowledge through the steps, parampara system, similarly, we should approach Krishna through these steps. One must accept a Vaishnav guru, not simply by reading books.
One should not proudly think that one can understand the transcendental loving service of the Lord simply by reading books. One must accept a Vaishnava Guru, and then by questions and answers, one should gradually learn what pure devotional service to Krishna is. That is called the Parampara system. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Antya 7.53 purport.
Again, emphasizing this point that this is Krishna's system, so if we follow Krishna's system, we get mercy and blessings. And if we don't, then we're bereft of those blessings. All these disciples who I'm initiating become future spiritual masters. Who wants to read that one?
These students who are initiated from me, all of them will act as I am doing. Just like I have got many god brothers, they are all acting. Similarly, all these disciples which I am initiating, they are being trained to become future spiritual master.
Yeah, why don't you read the next one as well?
Sure. I want to see my disciples become bona fide spiritual master and spread Krishna consciousness very widely. That will make me and Krishna very happy. Keep trained up very rigorously, and then you are bona fide guru, and you can accept disciples on the same principles. But as a matter of etiquette, it is the custom that during the lifetime of a spiritual master, you bring the prospective disciples to him, and in his absence or disappearance, you can accept disciples without any limitation. This is the law of disciple succession.
And Prabhupada goes on to say, I wish in my absence all my disciples become the bona fide spiritual master.
Anyone following the order of Lord Chaitanya under the guidance of his bona fide representative can become a spiritual master. And I wish that in my absence of my discipline, become the bona fide spiritual master to spread Krishna consciousness throughout the whole world. Letter to Madhusudana Navaridpa, 2nd November 1967.
And then
The more you become in the lower position, then more you are advanced. This is called parampara system. You have to learn how to become servant of the servant of Krishna. The more you become in the low position, servant, 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 100 times servant, servant, then more you are advanced.
yes, absolutely. So now the last thing is there because or this thing here. Well, this will be the last thing that we do today. It's on page 16. Arguments refuting the posthumous Ritwik theory. The posthumous Ritwik theory is a fallacious theory by which a spiritual master allegedly acts as Diksha Guru after his departure through the agency of Ritviks or officiating priests. So the idea of this is that people think that they can take initiation from Srila Prabhupada directly, even though Srila Prabhupada is no longer physically with us. And even though he said very clearly that he wants his disciples to also become gurus, and in this way act as the next link on the disciplic succession, because one of the points that I made earlier, which is very relevant here, especially relevant here, is that as much as Srila Prabhupada made unprecedented adjustments, like, for example, having ladies living in the temple, etc., but all of these adjustments and all of the things that Prabhupada did followed Shastra. Prabhupada never did anything that didn't follow Shastra. So therefore, it would never be the right thing to not take initiation from a living guru, because that's not what is recommended in Shastra. Prabhupada never did something that wasn't in Shastra. So, yeah, and you'll see that that's one of the arguments against this. They call it a Ritvik idea, the idea that you can take initiation directly from Prabhupada, and then some Ritvik or priest, Ritvik means priest, will just be the officiator, but not a guru. So it's against Shastra, and Prabhupada never did anything against Shastra. No devotee does anything against Shastra. Like a devotee, like especially a founder Acharya, may make adjustments to things, but they never, those adjustments never go against Shastra. That's the point. So this idea of not accepting a living Diksha and Shiksha Guru is against Shastra, so it's to be rejected. And yeah, so there's no Shastric evidence indicating that one may take Diksha from one's Param Guru, in other words, from someone in Srila Prabhupada's position when we're in our position. There's no example of one taking Diksha like this in any of the bona fide Vaishnava Sampradayas. So, yes, it's a nonsense thing, really. But what are some other ideas why it's not bona fide to accept a guru that isn't present? Yes, Guru.
Yeah, that sounds a bit barren. That sounds a bit barren because it's like self-declaring yourself initiated, or it just doesn't make sense at all. It's just like having a baby without a mother. There's no link, there's no lineage, there's no...
Yes, that's right. And the thing is, by doing that, Srila Prabhupada doesn't have the opportunity to say, yes, I accept you as my disciple, or no, I don't accept you as my disciple. Prabhupada loved George Harrison. You all know who George Harrison is, the Beatle.
Yes.
And, Prabhupada really loved him, and he really loved Prabhupada. And actually, Prabhupada even talks about him in his Nectar of Instruction in one of the purports. And yet he didn't, you know, and yet one time George Harrison said to him, well, maybe I should, you know, shave up and move into the temple, take initiation. And Prabhupada said no.
No.
It was a loving no. It wasn't, no, it was, no, I think it's better that you do what you're doing and write songs about Krishna. But Prabhupada loved him so much, but he didn't think that that was a good path for him to take. So you see, it's not necessarily a negative thing, but it's a classic example of why there needs to be a living spiritual master in the equation. And with the so-called Ritvic theory, he could have just taken initiation from the book, but we understand that that wasn't actually Prabhupada's will. So it just isn't the Shastra, or it isn't etiquette to not take initiation from an actual person. So who can think of some other arguments against this Ritvic philosophy? I mean, you could look at the thing on page.
I mean, you can't really get like the real guidance or like the answer to your questions if your Guru Maharaj is not there.
Yes, I mean, I remember Sridhar Swami, not the Gaudiya Math Sridhar Swami, but Prabhupada's disciple Sridhar Swami, just when he was talking about this subject. I mean, he's someone I'd really recommend to be someone's guru. Unfortunately, he's also like Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, left the world. But I remember him making this really common sense point that, you know, we need all the help we can get. And everybody just understood, because when a realized soul speaks, even if he speaks words that we could have spoken, but they have a whole different effect. So he just made this comment that we need all the help we can get. And yeah, it made so much sense. I was saying, yeah, it's true. We need all the help we can get. So yeah, we're bereft of that mercy. We're bereft also of the opportunity to serve someone, where we've heard previously from Easy Journey to Other Planets that we can have tremendous blessings on the path, you know, if we follow the instructions of a living guru. So that's a good one. And what else?
If you have any Shastra queries, we don't, if you don't have the physical spiritual master, we couldn't able to clarify with them, get the guidance from.
Yeah. Another one which I spoke about when I made my offering to Srila Prabhupada on his appearance day this year, is that it's like saying that Srila Prabhupada, we're saying that Srila Prabhupada is really empowered, and yet at the same time we don't have faith that by his empowerment, by his teachings, by his books, that he couldn't make first-class disciples. Where of course we know that he does, and he did, and we meet them regularly. Dave and Rita Maharaj, Radhanath Maharaj, Indaduna Maharaj, Shiva Maharaj, you know, so many wonderful Vaishnavas. So it's actually an insult to Srila Prabhupada saying, well, actually, his teachings didn't make wonderful devotees. And generally what it means is that those devotees themselves aren't practicing Krishna consciousness very strongly. And so they think that no one can practice Krishna consciousness strongly. I mean, even in mundane psychology, there's this principle that we think that everybody else is thinking what we're thinking. So that's not such a good thing. We just lost another devotee. Or is he going to join us again? I didn't make an offense. With the living guru, we understand that we're answerable to him. Yes, that's true. Yes.
I think if we get lost somewhere, we need someone to remind us to get back on the track.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, we've lost 3 devotees along the way here. I don't know if it's because of my lack of teaching ability or whether devotees had to leave early or something like that. Okay. Because unless he just lost internet connection, because it seemed like he was.
We can able to hear your voice, Prabhuji.
Oh no, but I was just saying that 3 devotees now have left the call. Over
At
the,
least it's here.
yeah. So yeah, I just hope I haven't said anything that's upset anyone or anything, or because it could be that sometimes devotees have to leave early; they've got another appointment. Yeah, yeah. There were 2 others who left earlier as well. Okay, but yeah, I think this point is a really good one. That it's like saying that Prabhupada. Oh, he's back. Oh, so that's really.
Sorry, you ran out of battery.
That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a sensitive soul, so sometimes I get worried when people. I thought, was it something I said? But yes, in psychology, sometimes they say that we see in others what is there in ourselves. So those devotees who don't think that Prabhupada was a strong enough devotee to make strong disciples who have become gurus, it's actually insulting to Srila Prabhupada. And actually, I wrote a whole offering to Srila Prabhupada this year about how much mercy we get from these other devotees. So yeah, yeah. So there's many nice arguments like that against this idea and against. It's strange that something like this has to be in the course, but unfortunately, we are living in the age of Kali, and there are devotees who propound this theory, but it's not a good theory. All right, so there's just 10 minutes left of our time today. So I think that's a good place to leave it for today in terms of what we've covered. I've got a clear idea now of where we'll be going next week. We'll have any final comments and questions now or
Prabhuji, I do
reflections?
have one question.
Oh, yes, please.
Since we were discussing about this, so we have Diksha Guru and then we have Siksha Guru. So it is said that I was talking with one of the devotees. There was like that sometimes like Diksha Gurus have so many disciples, let's say 100 or 200 disciples, right? And we were not able to get in touch with the Diksha Guru like, every day or every month. So for that, we have Siksha Gurus.
Yes.
And but how do like I'm just trying to understand that how does the connection work? Like because we were not able to possibly we were not able to meet our Diksha Guru that often, but we might meet our Siksha Guru that often. What do you think is like the connection is like, or like how should we approach Siksha Gurus in terms of, because again there are different devotees, I don't know if it makes sense.
Well, funnily enough, this was going to be the first topic next week, but since you've
Okay,
asked,
sorry.
but since you've asked it now, I will answer the question now, because I'm not the kind of person that likes to leave somebody waiting a whole week for. I mean, we might get into certain aspects in more depth, but at least I'll give a basic answer to the question now, which is this: that you've heard of Rupa Goswami.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, so he was empowered by Lord Chaitanya to write about the science of Krishna consciousness, the science of bhakti, how to apply it, how to practice it, how to teach it to others. And So this Nectar of Instruction, which I was speaking about, which is a book by Rupa Goswami. So it's Rupa Goswami's words, but we understand from Chaitanya Charitamrita that Rupa Goswami's words are non-different from Lord Chaitanya's words, actually, in reality. So when we read them, hear them, apply them, put them into practice, it works like magic, and it's real. The process of Krishna consciousness is real. It's coming from Lord Chaitanya. It's real. So the process of Krishna consciousness is something like this. Rupa Goswami explains that some initial shraddha or faith leads us to sadhusanga, the association of devotees. And we get inspired in that association of devotees to take shelter of different devotees who act as our guides, mentors, shiksha gurus. And through that, we eventually meet our Diksha Guru, who will initiate us and give us some guidance. And part of that guidance he gives us is to take shelter of your Diksha Guru, Shiksha Guru, sorry. And so that guidance from your Shiksha Guru becomes then non-different from the guidance of your Diksha Guru. Or if you take initiation and then you have a Shiksha Guru that really inspires you, then you offer that to your Diksha Guru and say, Guru Maharaj, can I still take guidance from this Shiksha Guru? And if it's good for your Krishna consciousness, of course you will say yes. And Chaitanya Charitamrita explains that the Diksha Guru and the Shiksha Guru are equal manifestations of the mercy of the Supreme Lord. So you can also make wonderful progress along the path by following your Shiksha Guru as well as the Diksha Guru. But all you need to do is that when you are initiated, you clarify, or even before initiation, because you don't just meet a Diksha Guru and then take initiation. There's usually a process. We'll speak about that more next week. There's a process of at least a period of time, and then part of the dialogue that you have with your Diksha Guru is, Guru Maharaj or Gurudev, however you call your spiritual master, can I take guidance from so-and-so Prabhu? Or maybe he'll tell you that, you've established such a nice relationship with Dalmara Prabhu or Anantakripa Prabhu or Mother Sharada or you've established such a nice relationship with those devotees, with your mentor, with your that you should carry on taking that guidance from them. And so that guidance becomes the guidance non-different from the guidance of your Diksha Guru. And Shastra says the Diksha Guru, Shiksha Guru is equal manifestations of the Supreme Lord. That's in the first chapter of the Adilila of Chaitanya Charitamrita. So does that give a little answer to the question of how?
Yes, Prabhu, it does. Thank you so much, Hari Bol.
And but it's a very wonderful question and a very important point. And Sri Ramaraj wrote a whole book called The Shiksha Guru, which is the best book in the world on this subject. Actually, it literally is that. It is the best book in the world on this subject, The Shiksha Guru. It's not so easy to get a hard copy of it, but you can certainly get a copy of it from Amazon or iBooks. I don't know if it's on Google Play, but it's definitely on the other platforms. And that explains the topic of the Shiksha Guru very nicely. So we're coming up just to 3 minutes to 2. So we've got one big question to solve today before we finish, which is about next week. Was everybody happy on Zoom? Should we go on Zoom again next week, or So obviously we lost two devotees quite well reasonably early. I mean, Margarita I'm not sure about because she was there for quite a bit of it. So it may just be that she had to sort of leave early. The other Prabhu left actually after about 15 minutes. So to say it's just the six of us, is it going to work better for us on Zoom or in person? Of course, for those who in other places, of course, will, as I promised all along, Zoom will be an option, or some online way of joining will be an option, regardless of whether we're in person at the temple or we carry on Zoom. But what is everybody's thoughts? This will be the last topic for today.
I booked a few days off. Well, last week, but it got cancelled. I booked today and I booked next Saturday off work, especially to go to the temple to do it because I thought that would be such a great environment. And just because I can, not everybody can, go to the temple, I imagine. But I will be really delighted if we can do it in the temple next week.
Okay, who else would like to do it in the temple? Okay, so there's enough of you already who said that you'd like to do it in the temple that I think we'll do it in the temple next week. Especially because it's Ekadashi as well. And I think it is, even from the point of view of the course, I think if we can meet in person at least once, it would be nice. For those that it will be impossible, then it's obviously completely understandable. And once again, just to reassure those of you who just can't because you're in India or wherever, there's one or two of you in other countries. Obviously, we will carry on, and if not Zoom, then we'll have some way of, I mean, it probably will be Zoom, but some way of you coming back, but we will also do it in person next week as well. So I believe it will be in the seminar room. And I think it's also good for another reason as well, because that will be the most content rich of our 3 days together. So for those who can, and actually it's probably easier for me to teach that way as well, even though I know that 1 or 2 of you will still have to be there online. But if a few of you are there in person, I think it will be helpful for what we have to do next week, and we can even put things on a flip chart. Hare Krishna Zoom at the moment works better for me. I can come to the last session exam at the temple. That's fine also. But yeah, if as many of us, like I said, I keep saying it because I don't want anyone to feel kind of left out, but there will be the option to join on Zoom next week for those of you that just can't. So a couple of you just can't. But for those of you that can, we will have an in-person session next week. I look forward to meeting you in person. So that will be 10 o'clock next week. We'll still have a break. I think it probably needs to be like something like 11:45 to 12:15, and so then it's like 1 3/4 hours. Then we have a break, and then another 1 3/4 hours. We don't usually do such long sessions, but then again, we usually have more sessions. So it's about getting the right amount of time to do everything with some degree of quality, so that you actually get something from the course, and it's not just about passing an exam. So that's the decision, that we will have in person as well as those that want to do Zoom. Would be okay health-wise? Would you be okay health-wise to come to the temple? Yes, I think I will. Yes, I think I will. And yeah, those of you who know me know that I do have issues with my health, but I think at least once I would like to go to the temple, and we'll make that once next week. And then we'll discuss how best to do the exam. There's something to be said for doing the exam in person as well if you can. And, you know, one thing is that if you come in person, I'll be marking the exam then. And I'm quite a generous marker. So I can make sure you pass if you're nice to me.
We get you some gulam.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm open to that kind of bribe. So yeah, but thank you for that question. I really appreciate that you're asking about my health. But I will be able to come next week and even in 2 weeks after as well for the exam, because some devotees may feel more comfortable doing the exam in person. So what will happen is that we will talk next week about Hare Krishna. Is this available as a paper copy? Yes. The answer is yes. And it will be for those who come live in person to the exam. If you want a paper exam coming from online, it will be harder, but we can find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. But next week, we will talk especially about the qualities of a guru, qualifications, but also the qualifications of a disciple. Sometimes that gets forgotten. There's so much talk about the qualities of the guru, we forget about the qualifications of a disciple. We have to qualify ourselves. So that will be at 10 o'clock. You know, some of us will obviously be in the seminar room, and then the two or three that can't come can reach us online. And then 2 weeks, then the final session would be the review and the exam. And in the review, we will raise some topics that we won't have done this week or next week, because some topics can be taught via the review, if that makes any sense. Because not every topic needs massive discussion. The ones that do require massive discussion, we will be covering this week and next week, especially. And a little bit in the final week as well, in the review session. So nothing will be neglected. If you have questions during the week, you can put them on the chat. I'll try to answer them. And other than that, I'll look forward to seeing everybody next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jai.
Jai.
ISKCON Disciples Cause ki.
Jai.
Jai.
See you next week. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare
Bol, Prabhu.
Krishna.
Hare
Hare
Bol.
Krishna, Prabhu.